produce from the land. So I think so it was far ahead of its time, and this is exactly what Bharat Krishik Samaj is doing today and has been trying to do for the last many years. If people go to our website, all our past events are there. 80%, if not 80, 75% of the events have been transcribed, and every person's resource people's comments are available on the website. We are live streaming this event, and we will also transcribe this event for people and researchers to follow as we go ahead. Thank you so much, and it's a very and one of the other things, Sudhanshu Pandey that Bharat Krishik Samaj does is that we try and get different stakeholders to come together on a platform, because what we have generally seen in India is that every subject is so polarized that all conferences normally have only one kind of an ideology coming together. So, for example, people would either be opposed to it come together, or people in favor of it come together, but it's very difficult to get everyone together, and we are so happy you're here to kick off the event. Nandakumar Saab, I'll just leave the event to you to take it forward in a way that there is no contentious points.
Thank you, Ajay. Welcome to all of you. This is a very interesting conversation around two parts: fortification of food and the mandatory part, which are, to me, two different parts of the story. Well, I don't think there is any disagreement on the issue of malnutrition. You can disagree on the numbers, but researchers have clearly pointed out where we stand on it. I am particularly concerned about undernutrition, and I make that very clear in the beginning. Well, NCDs are an issue. I'm not saying it is not, but as policy practitioners, to me, undernutrition is a much larger issue. This has been there in discussions, I think, at least for the last 2 decades. How do we handle hunger and undernutrition? I still remember, I think it was in 2009 when the Hangama report came out from the Nandi Foundation, maybe 11? Yeah. Around that time. But numbers were there earlier from the hunger report for India from the Swaminathan Foundation, which had a detailed analysis of various states. And I think the discussion was on how to handle undernutrition. So today we will take you through the different parts. And in this session, we have Sudhanshu Pandey, Secretary, Food and Public Distribution. I think the largest provider of food in the world. I think you are about 5 times more than WFP, if I remember correctly. So that's a challenge, getting that much food, distributing it, reaching it to people. It's not an easy task. I can say that because I've been there for about 2 years. The new challenge that he's taken on himself is providing fortified rice in the beginning, if I know it correctly, because fortified atta is a different logistic ball game. And of course, on another side, there is edible oil, milk, and salt. And salt is probably the first in the list of fortified commodities. That was when I was a young collector in the 70s that the fortified salt came. And to my surprise, I found that the iodine evaporated when women put it in boiling curry or whatever. That apart, it's a big challenge. And since the public distribution is directed towards poor people, I mean, one can again disagree on percentages, that's not relevant here. It's a much more targeted fortification. Now, whether that's fortification per se is good, it's bad, it's effective, ineffective, are all opinions. In Ajay Jakar's conferences, one thing we agree is, I can and take in some parts of opinions which we haven't heard before. So before getting into many more details, I think I will request Sudhanshu Pandey to deliver the keynote address on the portion that he is driving, which is the largest part of, not mandatory, the fortification of food. Bye.
Thank you very much, sir. And first of all, let me thank Mr. Ajay Jhakad on behalf of Bharat Krishak Samaj. This organization is today organized a very, very important discussion, which is on rice fortification. As my esteemed senior colleague said, there are various dimensions, various perspectives, various opinions, various researches, each pointing to a particular aspect of fortification. Here today, our conversation is going to be, as very correctly put in the context, there are certain fundamentals on which we can certainly agree. And one of those fundamental is that the National Family Health Survey 5, which has come out, it very clearly points towards some of the deteriorations that several states have suffered, whether on the scale of malnutrition or stunting or wasting. There are independent reports also on this aspect. Again, numbers we can differ, numbers can be questioned, but the fundamental problem is identified and is agreed to by almost everyone. This issue has also been in discussion, debate, controversies for a long time, and different experts at different time have suggested different strategies as to what is the right strategy for India. But as I always maintain in public policy, at times you have to strike a very important and delicate balance, because you are always running against time and you don't have the luxury of time to fix everything and then take a decision that I will now try to fix all other collateral problems and then take a decision on this particular issue that this is the right way to go about. And that was the dilemma perhaps with the fortification issue also when it came to rice. What is the right way of fortifying it? What is the efficacy of fortified rice? Whether it will be successful? Whether there is enough research on the toxicity, if there is surplus of micronutrients get consumed. Now all these are issues on which many people have written, many people have expressed their opinion, they have also given a lot of advice. But nobody actually comes up with a solution as to what is the solution. Now in government, and that is why perhaps government comes under criticism more often than any other independent organization, because government at times has to take a decision, and that decision, as I said, will try to balance various perspectives, but it cannot always be from everyone's perspective the perfect decision, and that is why the debates will still continue. So as I said, on this issue debate has been going on for quite some time, and we had started pilot in 15 states, 15 districts, one district in each state. Now that pilot is covering about 11 states and districts. But there were fundamental problems with the pilot. The problems were purely logistics and supply side related. Means if you were to fortify rice and you were to manufacture fortified rice kernels. Then you have to have that ecosystem where the micronutrient mix will get supplied, the FRK will get produced, the FRK machinery would be standardized to your requirement, where its blending with the rice is very natural. And also, since micronutrients are very sensitive for human health, the blending that has to be done, that also has to be very uniform. It cannot be that you prescribe 1:100 ratio and then you are so inconsistent that in the bulk supplies that you make, you differ very hugely. Now that is also not possible. So many people start questioning that why the pilot was not successful. Perhaps when I started going into details, I realized that the ecosystem, any ecosystem that you want to develop, has a threshold level, and maturity scale is also required. So if that ecosystem is not in place, neither the premix suppliers were confident that what quantities you are going to ask them to supply, nor the FRK manufacturers will invest into machine, that how much FRK requirement is going to be there, because if the economy of scale is not there, its production itself will be expensive, and then out of the public money funding a very expensive program again becomes questionable, that this is too expensive. And then if each FRK manufacturer uses different technology of producing FRK, then also the FRK itself would be different, and its efficacy will also be on a varying scale. So that was also a challenge. And you know, India produces hundreds of variety of rice, and our procurement program is always local, except Punjab and Haryana, where now 3-4 more states have joined, where the central procurement and then distribution happens. Many other states, the procurement and consumption is local. Of course, the deficit gets supplied from the surplus region. But as I said, if the FRK manufacturing is not harmonized with the local rice that gets consumed in a particular area, then when especially women and people who do the cooking, when they see rice, they identify FRK as one of the foreign elements, and they very easily will remove it when they do the cleaning. So you have to have not only that the FRK is as natural as possible, but there is a good communication with the people to understand that this is not what many people at times question, plastic rice or artificial rice. That is not the case. So you have to have a very good communication strategy also in place. So with the pilots, that was also not possible, because a very localized communication of that nature and scale was not happening. And therefore, after a lot of thought and lot of interaction with various stakeholders, we felt that unless we bring in certainty in the policy itself, and when I am saying policy, then it has to address all supply side constraints and issues, as well as on the demand side. So which means the premix suppliers have to know that this year what quantities we are looking at, next year what quantities we are looking at, and subsequently on a sustainable basis what quantities we are looking at. And likewise, later on, the FRK manufacturers also, who have to invest in the manufacturing, they should also very clearly know that once they make investment in their plant and machinery, what is going to be a business proposition for them, because otherwise the plants will again go NPA. And then blenders, more than 32,000 rice mills that India has. When we started doing this exercise, we realized that less than 10% rice mills are truly modern rice mills. Otherwise, they are of old vintage. They have been running like that, sustaining themselves on public distribution and the milling program, but they have chosen not to invest in modernization of those millers. Blenders were a distant dream. They were not having blenders, and in the first year itself, when we tried to take the pilot program from 4 states to 11, they were saying, हम manual कर देंगे mixing. Blender, no need to put blender in the. Then we had to incorporate a provision that we will not do the agreement with the rice mills unless they commit to automatic blending machine as part of the rice mill. So in the back-to-back agreement between the state and the mills and FCI and the state, we have to have this arrangement. And then things started moving. And they started moving when we started this program a year ago. The FRK manufacturing was somewhere around 15,000, and today it is almost touching 1.6 LMT. Now, because this has all come with the policy certainty, we were having no standards for the FRK machinery because they were getting imported from either A place or B place, and all these machines had different specifications and standards. So we immediately got all stakeholders together, BIS together, and I am very happy to tell you today that the draft standards have already been prepared. They are in the process of notification, and hopefully in next month or so, these standards will get formalized. Likewise for the blending machine also. The blenders were getting procured from A source, B source, imported, and they all had varying standards. But you have to ensure that the specifications that you are looking for, not only the blending in that ratio happens, but then you have ability to test also whether they are complying to your standards or not. These standards have also been prepared in consultation with all stakeholders, and BIS has come out with those draft notifications, and very soon we hope to finalize these standards also. FSSAI, in the later session you will be hearing from the CEO that what kind of work they had to put in. So they are also in the process of finalizing all these standards, and more importantly the lab infrastructure, because today when we started picking up samples from various places, of the same sample from 2 different labs, results were different. And then we realized that the testing protocol for the FRK and the blended rice was not there, as a result of which the lab had the right kind of equipments, but the protocol that they were following, they were not uniform, as a result of which results that were coming out were very different. So now those test protocols, machines, the standard variation, everything is now getting finalized. And as I said, this ecosystem is extremely important, because you have to have this entire ecosystem in place. Then for almost a year, even before we went for the PDS fortification, which also we will be going in phases, as I said. We started shelf life study with FCI, and almost for a year we have been keeping fortified rice in the bags that we use, monitoring their efficacy, testing them for their efficacy, and we found that many opinions that were being expressed are actually not supported by the evidence. We have enough data now with us on the efficacy and shelf life of the fortified rice, and therefore we started again the fortification labeling logistic plan. So after the miller supplies fortified rice, the bag is given F mark, fortified mark, which we have plans to get QR coded, so that you can track that to each mill from where it has actually come, and in case of any issues or problem, you can track it back, trace it back to the suppliers. So this entire ecosystem is taking some time in development, but the first phase, which is the ICDS and MDM phase, for the third and fourth quarter, because both these programs put together are roughly about 9%, 8.5% to 9% of the entire PDS requirement. In PDS, we distribute roughly about 350 lakh metric ton of rice, 35 million ton of rice, and it is almost 8.5% to 9% of that. So in the first year, our plans are very modest, and they are modest to ensure that the entire ecosystem that we are trying to build, including the test labs, they come in place. And we start then scaling it up in the second year, when we are covering all aspirational districts. The logistic plan is ready, and all heavy burden district from the malnutrition point of view. So that is almost 250 plus 112 districts. That is the plan, that 362 districts we cover. So which means that you cover almost half. So from almost a little less than 10%, you go to 50%. And then in the third year, when the entire ecosystem has stabilized, we try to scale it up to the entire PDS. The task is of course challenging, but we are very open in terms of feedback, inputs, suggestions, because no program can improve unless you have that openness. Having taken a decision, our objective would be to implement this program as effectively and as successfully as possible, and for that, events like this, where we get a free and frank opinion from everyone, suggestions from everyone, we get a lot of organizational and institutional connect to further engage on this program, are very, very useful. One more thing that we did, realizing the sensitivity and importance of the program, we said that let us go for concurrent evaluation of the program, and that too third party. Let it not be in the department. So all stakeholders, their performance and our own performance, let it be judged by a third party. And therefore, we took up this matter with the Niti Aayog, and we said, you set up a group of experts, both Indian and international, and you put in place the evaluation system, and the whole implementation, monitoring and evaluation should be done concurrently, which they have agreed. They have already initiated the process. The DMEO within the NITI, headed by Dr. Shekhar Bonu, is very, very closely engaged with this. They have come up with some certain timelines, and I'm sure they would be involving a lot of national experts, international experts, to see that the program remains on track. If course corrections are required, then those course corrections are done as we go along. But by the third year, as was announced by Honorable Prime Minister from the Red Fort, we try to deliver the distribution of fortified rice to the entire public distribution system. We have already requested all the states, because these are also extremely important, taking lessons from the Tata Trust results in Gadchiroli. We took up the matter with all these states, had interactions with them, and a steering committee under the respective chief secretaries has been constituted to have both the baseline and the end line data, so that monitoring of this whole program from the health outcome point of view is also done in the state. So the school education department, the women and child department, health department, they all are part of that steering committee, which is headed by the chief secretary, and we also have been having regular meeting with them to ensure that the outcome monitoring on part of various states is also as effective as we would like it to be. While the national level NSO data collection will happen at its own periodicity, but state level evaluation also happens, so that from multiple data points in future we are in a position to take decisions which can support and increase the efficacy and implementation efficiency of this program. So this is all in the beginning I wanted to say. Thank you very much for inviting me, and sir, thank you very much for a lot of good advice that you gave on the sidelines prior to the program, and I'm sure the feedback that we get out of this program is going to be extremely useful. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a session with no questions answers right now. I think the fireworks starts with Deepa's session.
So can I as an organizer pose a question? I mean, you're not taking questions from the audience, but can I pose a question to you specifically?
Well, some people have special privileges.
So
you two are special. I am the ordinary one here.
No, but the question is to you specifically with your experience. And as a farmers organization, even at the UN Food System Summit, we posed this question and we were unsuccessful in getting traction to it even in the UN Food System Summit. Do programs like mandatory fortification of food lead to consolidation in the food value chain? And that is a question with your experience. Do you think it will lead to smaller players being pushed out of the system because they are unable to meet such standardization guidelines or as we go forward? And I'm not particularly talking about just iron fortification, but if you go into milk, you go into edible oils, you go into other things, because when a program is assessed, we actually assess, they say it's a very good third-party assessment, but that's an assessment of the program itself. But what about the external environment that goes around it? So if you have because I think people will want to know what you have to say.
Well, I thought I should say this when Ramesh Chand and CEO FSSAI are here. I mean, I had reserved it for that session. So if you don't mind, I'll answer it then. I have fairly not very complimentary comments on it. So let me reserve it for that session. I do see a danger. But that's not Sudhanshu's cup of tea. But I would like to close this with just one observation. I'm very happy that Sudhanshu said he wants feedback, and honest feedback from you. And when I say honest feedback, I suppose he means evidence-based feedback. And I also get a sense from what you told me outside the hall and inside the speech that this is just one of the interventions, and this need not be the panacea for undernutrition. If it is, then I suppose I have questions. And I suppose the government is open to redefining the public distribution system itself to a localized, diversified diets model, which means actually going back to the drawing board and redoing this in a much different way, which I think is more food system based move forward in the whole realm of agriculture and food. So I suppose the larger question of diversified diets being the front runner of an undernutrition initiative remains in the drawing board, while this initiative is going to move forward for whatever time it takes. And it's got, as you heard, huge logistic challenges. And depending on what we get out of the 15 districts or the 112 districts, I'm sure we would have much more to learn. And and there could be three separate kinds of feedback that can come. One, the intervention itself is not good. That could be one. The second is the way you have designed the program is not good enough. I mean, this is not the way you need to do it. Actually, micronutrients need to go in a different format into the system. That could be the second. The third is the implementation is not going anywhere, because that's one of the major challenges in a PDS system. It's too large and too centralized in many ways. I mean, he has to procure in Punjab and distribute in Kerala is the kind of challenge, which is not amenable to a massive expansion of the fortified rice kernels being mixed. So thank you, Sudhanshu, and thank you very much. I'm sure Ajay will get back to you with the feedback of this meeting, and in case you need stronger feedback, you can call me. Thank you. Over to Deepa, you can start the fireworks for Diwali now.
Thank you. If I can request the panelists for this session also to come up. Dr. Vandana Prasad, Dr. HPS Sachdev, Dr. Purnima Menon, Dr. Sharika Yunus. How do you start? Like it's such a given, yeah? I know. So we'll quickly move on because we're already running 10 minutes late. So, and we have very little time. I won't go into introducing each of the panelists in detail. I think many of us are familiar with them. Dr. Vandana Prasad is a community pediatrician and a public health researcher and activist. Has been with the Public Health Resource Network, Jan Swasthya Abhiyan, and was a member of the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights. Purnima Menon with IFPRI and heading the Poshan program of IFPRI. Sharika is with the World Food Program, and they've been involved in the pilots around fortification of rice. And Dr. HPS Sachdev is with, he's also a pediatrician and an epidemiologist with the Sitaram Bharti Institute. So what we'll do in this session is basically actually take a step back from the previous session where we heard about various issues from the production side in making mandatory rice fortification happen and the challenges that are involved in that. Many issues came up which definitely need a lot of discussion, which will happen in the next two sessions. In this, we'll take a step back and go to the issue of micronutrient malnutrition and the context in which this kind of an intervention has been thought of. So the way we'll do it is have short interventions of 2 rounds from each of the panelists. And I hope you can address this whole idea of mandatory, currently we are meeting in the context of mandatory fortification of rice, but in the broader context of addressing micronutrient malnutrition, and where any kind of mandatory fortification, the role that it plays in it. Given the limitation of time, once again, since you have 5 minutes each in 2 rounds, if we can focus more on the malnutrition aspects of it, the food systems and production will be taken up in the other 2 sessions. So we'll start with, again, apologies for the short time, but that's how the program has been decided. But many of the audience here are familiar with, I think, the arguments of our panelists here as well. So that hopefully helps us understand and take the discussion forward. We'll start with Dr. HPS. And
thank you, Deepa. We have written extensively on this, and one of the problem of such meetings is, as Justice Chandrachud said, speaking truth to the power. The power is not here. Well, let me start with the introductory comments. I think mandatory fortification as a whole is ignoring the contemporary evidence and robust rationalism. It will jeopardize the economy and the health, ironically, especially of the poor that we are wanting to address. It contradicts the natural dietary diversity and is especially likely to become permanent, like the double fortified salt with iodine, irrespective of harms. And last but not the least, it is opposing the autonomy of business enshrined in our constitution and of food choices of someone who doesn't want to take products with chemicals. Let me try to dilate on some of these evidences. I think one of the biggest myths is equating undersize with undernutrition. We have amply demonstrated, it has shaken up the international audience also. In children who are 5 to 19 years old, half of the children currently in the country from the Comprehensive National Nutrition Survey have metabolic obesity or biomarkers of early non-communicable disease, and this happens irrespective of whether the child is thin or short, what you conventionally label as undernutrition. Anyhow, what we are trying to do is glorify and amplify a mere component of the overall poverty and misery, which is the food which the people are getting. All the other 19, 20 components, or how many, are much more or equally important in the current context. The requirements for ages have been overestimated and thrust upon us. Now we are looking at estimated average requirements rather than the RDA, which takes care of 98% of that. And we are not using the requirements of what we as Indians need, rather than we are going by the Western standards who typically eat non-vegetarian diets. If you go ahead and use our standards, the deficiency, what we call by whatever parameters, reduces to half or even less than that. Paradoxically, none of us actually knows what India is eating at the moment, all throughout the country. And how can we assess the nutrient dietary gaps before just thrusting it and believing it what the people from outside are telling us to do? I think that's a very critical part. And if you go by the only survey national level which has estimated the burden of the micronutrient deficiencies, none of the micronutrient deficiency at a pan-India level is exceeding 20%, maybe in a few states it is exceeding. And if you want to do something mandatory, it has to be it has to be a problem in more than half the population of 50%. We are far, far, far away from that. And paradoxically, the benefits of fortification are not clear with systematic reviews of Cochrane, the gold standard which we take from the evidence. The one in debate, rice fortification with iron, is showing the Cochrane reviews from 17 studies. There may be 1 or 2 studies more, but if you say, it says we are uncertain whether giving iron fortified will address anemia or not, or even raise the iron status. That is a very important point. And what to talk about folic acid in the doses that the FSSAI recommends, or B12 or zinc? Nothing. We are not, as a country, we should invest very wisely in our funding. We are not bothered about subclinical levels or what the biochemical levels are. We are concerned with functional health consequences, and that should be important. Rationalism, I said. I thought I had misunderstood everything or whatever it is. What are we trying to do? There is an anemia mukt program, Bharat program, which is giving 10 to 20 times the doses which the fortified rice will deliver to the 60% of the population. It is being revamped here. What will a mere addition of a little bit more do? In addition to that, you have double fortified salt in several states in which, apart from iodine, iron is being given. And that is, what are we? We are going into a recipe for a perfect over giving of micronutrients, and they are not harmless. They cause harm, and harm of iron is becoming more and more clear now, especially in relation to non-communicable diseases. We also have got this analysis. The same would be true for vitamin A. You're giving 100,000 times of the doses of the fortification to children under 5 every 6 months. Vitamin D, every association is asking them. So multiple layering is a very important thing. We require rationalism. You want to put in fortified rice or fortified foodstuffs, stop the pharmacological supplementation program, get some rationalism into it. And it is going to be contradictory to dietary diversity. If you have food products having the micronutrients, the messages will be, eat these because these are complete foods, no problem, don't take fresh fruits, vegetables, or the dietary diversity because everything is given. And paradoxically, that's going to fuel your non-communicable diseases and the other things. And last of all, I mean, the poor are more at risk. I made that statement. We have published in Journal of Nutrition, paradoxically, the serum ferritin levels, the marker of iron status, are higher in the poor than in the urban areas, simply because they are having infections, water supply, sanitation. The iron in their body is not being used, and this iron is going to harm them. The choices of the business was conducted lastly, and we also, I don't want to take chemicals. There is no provision in this mandatory fortification for people to have alternatives in whom you have contraindications not to take iron. For example, as a clinician, I would not prescribe iron to one with thalassemia, hemoglobinopathies, infections. And what is the mechanism for compensation for those who are going to develop harm because of this excess? It's not a pandemic situation like Corona that everyone has to wear a mask, otherwise you affect the others. So we need to take a deep breath, think about it. Secretary Sir, when he said they are looking at health outcomes. If you are going to look at a health outcomes, it has to be a proper design with a comparative group which is not receiving before-after studies are useless to inform this. And more important, we should also be having care to look at the aspects of the subclinical harms which are occurring, which are totally ignored. With that, I end my initial message. Thank you so much.
We went slightly over, but in the second round, we can have shorter interventions. So everyone can take about 7 to 8 minutes. Sharika.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Deepa. And thanks a lot, Dr. Sachdev, for some very, very pertinent remarks. Let me perhaps begin by talking a bit about why is there a need to address micronutrient deficiencies and anemia in India. We all know that India has one of the largest burdens of anemia in the world. We also understand that the large cause of anemia is iron deficiency. The latest data that we have from the National Family Health Survey shows that more than half of our women, more than half of our men, and more than half of our children and more than 1/5 of our men are anemic. We also have recent NFHS 5 data for 22 states and union territories, and that also shows that the anemia prevalence has actually increased. We may sort of have a difference of opinion whether the cutoffs were right, whether it was capillary blood or venous blood. Irrespective, there's been an increase, and that increase is something that we all need to keep in perspective. We know that the increase in non-pregnant women has been in 15 out of the 22 states, in pregnant women in 11 out of the 22 states, men 12, children 18 out of the 22 states, and 13 to 14 for adolescents. There's also the comprehensive National Nutrition Survey, which is available, which has looked at the prevalence of anemia as well as various micronutrient deficiencies in children and adolescents. The prevalence of low serum ferritin varies anywhere between 17 to 32%. Prevalence of folate deficiency varies between 23 to 36%. B12 from 13.8 to 31%. So there is a lot of anemia as well as a lot of micronutrient deficiencies which are there. And we may just say that, some of the indicators, the cutoffs, etc., have not, been appropriate. There are several small studies, the most recent being from rural women in Haryana, which shows 54% of our women are anemic and 58.2% of those have iron deficiency anemia. Now that's the problem, and we do understand that anemia is multifactorial in causation. There is a gap in dietary intake as well as the other component because of frequent infections and illnesses. We don't have recent data on dietary intake. The last data that we have is from the National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau, which came in 2012. But when we compare that data with the recommended dietary allowances for 2020, across age groups as well as across both the sexes, there are still gaps in terms of intake. And the recommended dietary allowances that have come now in 2020, they've also been coming down, especially for iron and for a lot of micronutrients. There's been a decrease in what the recommended dietary allowance is. So that's the problem, that's the issue. Now, what is the solution? I don't think anybody is saying that the solution is fortification alone. We heard very clearly from the secretary that he believes in a holistic solution, and he believes that fortification is one part of that solution. We all recognize that both supplementation and fortification are short to medium term approaches, and it is dietary diversification which is the long-term solution. But with dietary diversification, are we really there in terms of implementing dietary diversification? There was recent data from the State of Food Insecurity 2020 report, which said that the cost of a healthy diet is 60% higher than the cost of a nutrient-adequate diet, and almost 5 times the cost of an energy-sufficient diet. It also said that in a country like India, 78% of the population cannot afford a healthy diet, and 39% cannot afford a nutrient-adequate diet. So we may all believe in dietary diversification, and we do as well as an organization. However, there are huge affordability issues around healthy diets, and we need to work more towards the goal of ensuring a healthy and nutritious diet for everyone. There was also some recent data from India as well, published by Thomas et al., which looked at the role of home production and markets and food quality consumption in Bihar. And there again, dietary diversification, market accessibility were pointed out as issues. Now, fortification per se is an intervention which has been focused on in the Lancet series in 2008, in 2013. It's been focused on in all editions of the Copenhagen Consensus. The last edition of the Copenhagen Consensus in 2012 identified micronutrient interventions, including large-scale food fortification, as a #1 priority. At this point, I'm not going to talk too much about the evidence, but just to say that large-scale food fortification is an intervention which is globally implemented in many countries around the world. It's an evidence-based intervention. In about 8 countries, fortified rice is mandatorily implemented. In another 10, it's voluntarily implemented. and the number of countries implementing fortified rice is increasing. Fortified wheat flour is mandatory in 19 countries, and it is voluntary in 14 countries. There are about 67 countries around the globe which fortify more than 3 commodities, and these 3 commodities could range anywhere between salt, maize, rice, oil, and wheat flour. In terms of the levels of fortification as well, these countries have put in place standards which are much higher than the Indian standards. Lastly, just to say that no public health policy is set in stone. Let's get on with it. Let's implement it. If there are issues, there can always be a downward turn. There can always be a downward revision of the standards, whatever is needed. So let's get on with the implementation is what I would say. And to also reiterate that it's a part of the solution and not the only solution. Thank you.
Thanks. Purnima.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for having me here, firstly, everyone. And it's really wonderful. This is my first in-person conference, and I don't know how long. So I'm really thrilled to be and to see friends I haven't seen in a very long time. So I guess the beauty of being number 3 is that a lot has been said before about the points that I wanted to make. And I wanted to just really start at the beginning. Is there a problem with micronutrient deficiencies in this country? Yes. Anemia is just one of the markers of micronutrient deficiencies. I think there's surveys from there's other surveys that highlight for us that the micronutrient status of the human beings living in this country is not promising. And that has implications for functional outcomes that may or may not have been measured. Are diets a problem? Yes. From what little we know, and from the old data that we have, the quality of Indian diets was poor 10 years ago. We know close to nothing about the quality of Indian diets at this point in time, because the data on Indian diets is simply not available. If there is one thing I would love for every single person in this room to agree upon, it would be that we need a national dietary survey, and we needed that yesterday to actually inform the discussions that we're having here, because there are too many assumptions being thrown around in the discussions that are being had around this. Do we all agree that improving the quality of diets, both through diversification and perhaps, if you agree, through other ways of improving our nutrient intakes, are useful strategies? I think at a very fundamental level, we agree that our goals need to be dietary diversity. I don't think dietary diversification is a strategy in and of itself. I think dietary diversity is a goal that we need to aspire to. We are not talking enough about how we reach that goal. And I think we should keep that in mind very, very firmly. We are comparing dietary diversity to a strategy to improve the nutrient quality of some of the foods we are eating. Fortification is simply a strategy to improve the nutrient quality of the cereals we're eating. You can't pitch it against dietary diversity. We all agree dietary diversity is important, but we also have to interrogate what are the strategies we have in place to address dietary diversity and really get moving fast on that. If we understand that affordability is a challenge, and thank you, Sharika, for reaching that, for really raising that, let's work on those strategies. What exactly are those strategies? I don't want us to sit here in this room and tell people that poor people need to grow the vegetables that they need to eat. If those of us in this room with all the resources that we have in our hands are not growing our own vegetables because we don't have the time to, the inclination to, or don't have the inputs, I think it's really unfair of us to say that other people with less means and resources should be doing that. I want us to talk seriously about strategies to improve the affordability of high-quality diets for the poor. Social protection is a strategy to do that. Food vouchers are a strategy to do that. Cash transfers are a strategy to do that. Put more money in people's pockets. That enables them to buy more foods. Reducing the prices of healthy foods, that's another strategy, but we know that that has big implications for the farmers. But these are things we need to talk about. If we want to improve dietary diversity, we are not talking about those. We are not talking about those enough. Dietary diversity is a goal. It's not a strategy. We need strategies to reach that goal, and I'd really love for us to talk about that. So I think when we talk about fortification, we need to understand that what we're talking about here is a strategy to get more nutrients into the cereals that people are consuming through any which way or through all of the commodities that people are consuming. And just position that appropriately in our heads. What we've heard from Secretary Pandey is that rice fortification is moving. It has started moving, and it started moving a while ago. So as a researcher, the question I have, or the direction that I think I'd like us to take as researchers, and there's a few of us in this room who are researchers who have been talking with Niti and with Secretary Pandey and others about investing in a research ecosystem around the fortification program, so that we get answers to the questions that people are concerned about. You know, we understand where those cereals fit in people's diets. We understand how much of the cereals people are eating are coming from fortified commodities. We understand what some of the biological issues look like. And Professor Sachdev, agree with you 100%. It cannot be before, after. There have to be sort of comparison-based, proper evaluations here. I believe we can look at the political economy and the other parts of the ecosystem through the research as well, even as we look at the program. So I think I would really love for us to come out of this with a sense of, you know, what can we agree to agree upon? What can we all agree to disagree upon? And it would also be amazing if we could sort of come to some picture of what are the range of concerns that people have around this program that's actually moving. Our decision points here are not yes or no. The yes decision was taken by other people, not in this room. Our decisions at many levels are what more can we do to help sort of steer this in the direction that tells us whether it's working or not, while not losing sight of the goal of dietary diversification or dietary diversity and working hard on those strategies. If we pit the two against each other, we're actually not going to have a productive conversation, even around dietary diversity. And I really want us to have a productive conversation around dietary diversity. That's the most important thing we can aim for. And so I'm happy to come back later and talk about sort of research and other such things.
Thanks, Purnima. Vandana.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm fourth, so it should be even more beautiful. But to be very honest, I'm just befuddled as to where to start, because especially from the first session on, the fact that we are being presented with a given, that itself is hugely problematic. And for you, Purnima, to say that, that's a given, so let's now be productive and constructive and work around that is really, really impossible for me as a public health person. So I'm speaking as a practitioner. I've been a doctor for 35 years and a pediatrician, and I'm speaking as a public health person who's dealt with nutrition on the ground and with attempting to be larger scale programs for about 27 years. So I'm speaking purely as that. You may not have data on dietary diversity, but we have huge years of experience and also micro data on what people are eating and not eating. And I think dietary diversity is a major, major rights issue in this country. It's a major basic minimum standards of human living issue in this country, which should not be forgotten. And the fact that poor people can't afford it being any reason not to go ahead on that, Purnima, I agree with you 100,000%, is so awful to hear. And from major multilateral agencies and the government continuously as being an excuse for not going forward on just people having decent food to eat is absolutely ridiculous. And we must, as a nation, as a country, we must fight this tooth and nail. So that's just to start with. Now, I think it's a mistake now to get into more public health, things. It's a mistake to divide macronutrient and micronutrient deficiencies, in my point of view. It's basically, the fact is people are not getting decent food to eat, and they're suffering from all kinds of things, whether that is SAM, undernutrition, wasting, stunting, blah, blah. And micronutrient deficiency is hosted in that. It doesn't stand apart, mostly. Yes, there are people with decent, weight. But as HPS says correctly, that weight is not everything. But your functionality and your functional indicators, even in your blood, your biochemistry, depends on the quality of the food you're eating. And that is the basic problem. Now, if you have a problem of a water source that's contaminated with sewage, will you start to deal with every single disease that's bringing up, typhoid separately and hepatitis A separately? Or would you like to deal with the, in inverted commas, I want to use some expletives, I won't, with the source. And the source is the lack of quality of our diet. So when are we going to get around that? And rather than tackle each micronutrient, we have not hit selenium, and we can get into many micronutrients separately, vertically. It would be most foolish, most stupid. And is it effective? So in public health, one great principle, one great approach is a cost-benefit analysis. So what is the cost? I think Mr. Sudhanshu ji, he was the biggest exponent of the costs of the whole thing. I was stunned when I was sitting listening to him. He made all the, let me tell you what all problems, what all complexities he mentioned. Therefore, manufacturing, the ratios, the acceptability, the production costs, the economies of scale, and the testing, all being hugely complicated to be done at scale to bring out mandatory fortification. Yet we're going into it. We're going into it. Why? Because we must be going into it thinking it's going to be of huge benefit to the country, no? Otherwise, why would the taxpayers' money and all this happen at this scale, automatically given as a matter of national policy to make all this happen? You made it national policy. But why? Surely it must be something very beneficial. That's why we're doing it. But is it beneficial? You've just heard experts say, from the biochemical point of view, from the public health point of view, it's not going to help anemia. That's the basic fact. What we know from science is that it helps to bring up iron stores, which don't translate into hemoglobin. If you don't get hemoglobin, you don't get the functionality that HPS is talking about. Though I do think anemia is a problem in our country. It is a public health problem in our country. There we might disagree a little bit on how much of a problem it is. So it is a problem in the country. But it's not helping anemia go forward, and it's at huge cost, in which we have not even counted the cost that Mr. Jakar raised earlier, which is what is it doing to the microeconomies of the same families that are suffering from undernutrition and anemia. So you're using a strategy for hardly any benefit, I don't know what benefit, at huge cost at the distal determinants of micronutrient deficiency and macronutrient deficiency by making them poorer, less self-sustaining. So what is this strategy? Where does it come from? I think the question of how this strategy came to be placed as a national policy without this kind of cost-benefit analysis is something that really we need to think about. Why did it come? Who made it happen? I would bet that the 10 countries who have mandatory fortification are very, very pleased if India becomes another country with mandatory fortification, because this is all to do with, finally, with exports, with imports, with what kind of food markets we are creating in the country. If we are lucky enough to have escaped this major big food, capturing our entire market, surely as a country we should save that, no? Let us save our indigenous brands, let us save our micro markets, let us save our diversity of food rather than have it captured by the multinationals. So I think from the point of view of cost-benefit analysis, it's ridiculous. Dietary diversity, the opportunity cost of doing all this fortification is always going to be against dietary diversity. If we've not made it happen in 70 years of existence, then, and we are going ahead, as you're saying, we are going ahead on the fortification front, and we are always saying we will go ahead on the dietary diversity front. It's just simply, not good enough. So in all our work, there are some things that we've understood very clearly, and I have been speaking about this, writing about this. Food should not become a drug, and drugs should not become food. The only people this obfuscation helps is the multinational companies. They are the only ones who benefit from this food-drug confusion. Let food be something that we do in our kitchens, that we may do in our kitchen gardens without making that the strategy of the day for getting fruits and vegetables. But please do not mix food and medicine, something that needs testing, labeling, defining in every possible way, so that only certain players can do it, which will be Tatas and so on. I mean, I don't mind mentioning that. I think that for me, the strategy to combat anemia is dietary diversity as a matter of right for everybody now in this country. Economic giant, we hear every single day economic giant. We should be able to afford decent food for all our people, combined with a good supplementary program. Why the supplementary program has not worked, we have huge analysis of that. We have huge experience on that. We should be able to make it work. We should be able to manage case management of anemia is something that this country should now be able to do. So I'm going to stop here. I think there are enough reasons to keep fighting this and saying it's a nuisance. On the research, last point on research. What will the research be? it's very important what research questions are asked. I hope you'll ask the same questions that you asked about. We know there are distal determinants of malnutrition, but we never investigate those distal determinants of gender and of poverty. We only go straight to the proximal determinants and say it's making a difference. Yes, if you do some fortification for a couple of years, it will make a difference, and then it'll plateau as it did in Venezuela, and the whole program will be cancelled, as it has been cancelled also in many countries which we are not talking about.
Thank you all, four of you. And I'm trying to be the neutral moderator here. So I'll give you a second round. I don't know if we can even agree to disagree or whatever. But one thing that clearly came out, I think, is that dietary diversity is the long-term goal. That's something we can all agree. But how we achieve that, of course, is a question. And I think a question that does come out is that in the context of mandatory food fortification, can we actually look at these two as separate? That, okay, we know how to do fortification, let us do this now, and let's figure out how to do dietary diversity. Does fortification take us towards diversity, take us away from diversity, or is it totally neutral? I think that is related to the questions of production, who controls the food system, and so on. So even though one might think it's a short-term strategy, is it really, are its effects only short-term, is something that would be good to talk about, which we don't usually. Just one more thing I want to say before I give all of you a second round is, again, the morning speech I think was quite amazing, because we have been, as people, always, I mean, I work in a university, so I can't say I'm not a researcher, but have always been hearing that many of the things we say are not evidence-backed. And then to hear a whole speech which talks about everything that went wrong in the pilot, and then to say that we decided that the way to address this is to say this is mandatory, now let's do it all over the country, then we will overcome everything that wrong in the pilot. I don't know what research in what part of the country, what kind of methodology supports that kind of an argument. So that, I think, is still extremely problematic, even if we don't get into how evidence is defined, and some of us do think there's a lot of politics into what counts as evidence. But even for us, this evidence is really, I think, an issue. But yeah, so since we promised everybody would get another round, so maybe about 3 to 4 minutes each, and then we might have about 10 minutes to get some audience comments. Go back in the same order. We can go in the same order, and after the audience, maybe 1 minute each in the reverse.
हंसने की चाह ने कितना मुझे रुलाया है, कोई हमदर्द नहीं, दर्द मेरा साया है. So just to have on nutrient, you are trying to say, and this argument I have heard ad nauseum, that this is just a part of the solution. It's not this or that, we can give everything. As a country, can we afford to give everything, is what we should be thinking. One of the ways in which dietary diversity or balanced diet has been thrown apart is the myth of amplifying, hugely amplifying the requirements. You go ahead, we have provided input at the highest level. Your intake of dietary diversity with whatever micronutrient data and with the Indian requirements published by NIN and using the appropriate metric, the estimated average, is eminently feasible. It's the question of tweaking the food, the minimum support requirement or whatever it is, so that the diversity, rather than pushing cereals, which is leading to this epidemic of non-communicable diseases, goes on. I think that's the key. And this very statement, mandatory fortification, it's a given, is really very painful. I don't know how many stakeholders have been concerned. And this exactly is the first thing which will throw apart the dietary diversity. The government will say, or the people in power and the international organizations would make us believe that we have done enough. Whatever you will get in dietary diversity is already there in the cereals, nothing has to be done, and dietary diversity goes out of the door as the goal for 20, 30, 40 years. It's a cultural, socio-cultural invasion to me. The poor are being forced to eat this food, telling them that you keep on adding a little chemical without having any monitoring for the subclinical side effects. Vitamin A excess causes liver fibrosis. There are biomarkers circulating you don't do. Hypercalcemia with excess vitamin D. Iron, you have toxicity in the other effects. No one is monitoring that because it's taking care of all your theoretical micronutrient requirements. So we have to adopt a little bit of rationalism and go about doing it. And I 100% agree with what Vanna said. We are playing into it's only 4 or 5 big multinational organizations who will control what we eat, what we laugh, what we do, and what we not. At least that's not how I want to live. Over.
Sharika. Having been made the villain in the panel, I just to say that as a UN organization, as an organization also having sure. As a UN organization, having won the Nobel Peace Prize, we are definitely not looking at controlling what people eat, controlling how people laugh, etc., etc. And pushing multinational interest is absolutely not in any way that we even mean to do. All the rice fortification, the fortified rice kernel suppliers, if you do an analysis, there are now 49 of them in the country. All of them, close to 47 of them, are Indian-based FRK suppliers. So just wanted to also make that point. I do agree with some of the points that have been made in terms of being able to monitor the side effects, being able to monitor the toxic effects. And I think those are the contributions that we can put forward in trying to make the scheme more robust, in trying to ensure that some of the apprehensions that are there, we are actually monitoring them well. When I was talking about dietary diversity and when I was talking about the point on it being expensive, by no means did I intend to say or even implicate that we shouldn't be pushing that. As an organization, we push that amply, including with the Department of Food and Public Distribution. Sudhanshu Pandeyji talked about the need for diversifying the PDS and moving it from just a cereal-based program towards a program which includes pulses, which includes vegetables, etc. And it's a part of our advocacy agenda with them as well. There are several interventions that we also do as an organization to push dietary diversity on the ground. I would again reiterate, it's a policy, it's not set in stone. Let's look at implementing it while not taking away from the other strategies. Let's look at implementing it well. All the apprehensions that you have, please raise those apprehensions so that they can be taken care of when the implementation is ongoing. Just the last point, I think Sudhanshuji, when he was talking about the challenges, he was being frank with the challenges. I don't think he was saying that because the challenges existed, we went ahead and decided to scale it up. There are challenges. There are challenges in any program when it gets into the implementation phase. And I think it's all our responsibility to ensure that those challenges can be addressed so that we have a program in place. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to do it for the country. It's nobody's agenda. It's an agenda for the poor and the malnourished of the country. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharika. So I want to say a couple of things here. Firstly, we are in the interesting thing about being in a research organization and in being in a research organization that works on many different things is that we end up in different places that have different conversations. So the Indian Council of Agricultural Research is working very hard with the Ministry of Agriculture on trying to figure out issues related to dietary diversification. There is an incredible movement within ICAR and within the Ministry of Agriculture that is actually very focused on not just looking at farmer incomes, but actually looking at how to grow the diversity of food that is needed here. So, I want to acknowledge that because I think it is easy for us to believe that there is only one conversation happening on nutrition or on diets. There is not. And then within the Ministry of Agriculture and ICAR, there are also conversations happening about biofortification. So I think if you just take a look at the diet, and the sort of the plan to bring more nutrients and more foods onto the plates of all Indians, there are conversations happening in different parts of the food-related ecosystem, the production side, the biofood, that, and this is sort of the food and this is the next part of the value chain on sort of adding nutrients post-harvest. So I would say that, it's useful for us to have that conversation on improving diets itself in a holistic way that puts all of these strategies and all of those plans together. The second point I want to make is I really think it is time to stop talking about the West and the West's influence on India. What has happened around fortification has happened within India. Let us accept that, okay? Let us accept that all of us in this room, linked to this country and this context, are not sitting here and fighting some external power. The decisions that have happened here have happened by people in India. And it is, yes. No. And it's important that we at least acknowledge that it's very easy to colonize a problem. I would argue that the Indian ecosystem, the Indian government, the Indian whatever, people are strong enough to push back if that's not something that they want. We've seen plenty of evidence of that. It is easier to externalize a problem to other people than to accept that we have disagreements among ourselves. I would like us to acknowledge that as well, because it is very easy to put that problem outside the doors of this country. We can try to have those discussions within the doors here. I think the entire dietary goals piece, I would like us to have another conversation. So I'm going to ask Nand Kumarji and Ajay, please, can we have another conversation here that's just focused on diets as a whole and look at all of these strategies together, because I think that will behoove us. No, that's a different, that you can host as well, no problem. Yes, please, yeah, thank you. That's very, 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 very important here. The other piece is that I think big food is also within this country, right? It's, again, very easy for us to say this is only multinational corporations, but no, we have terribly unhealthy foods being produced by Indian corporations that are available at very cheap costs across this country and that are affecting what people here eat. So I think, again, without making this a problem of just a problem of what's happening with the multinational corporations, which I agree is a huge problem, we need to also look at what's happening internally with Indian food companies and Indian corporations, the foods that are being produced, the ways in which those are being sold, what they're doing to dietary diversity, and sort of have a whole conversation about some of those. I want to close by just saying, I agree with you, Vandana, there is data from here, there, and everywhere, but it is an absolute shame that NSSO data is not available, that nationally owned, nationally funded dietary surveys such as the NNMB and NSSO are not available. That is a shame. We should not have to rely on private, third-party research. So can we please all agree that we want the government to invest in getting NSSO and NNMB data? That's all I want from us right now.
Thanks, Purnima. Vandana, last 2 minutes.
A few things. I think it's not that multinationals are not involved. Indian companies are also multinationals. I think the point that where I agree with you is that the North-South divide exists in every country. I think this is a class issue of this country as much as it is of any other country. And Indian companies are equally multinational. So when I say multinational, it doesn't have to be an American country anymore. We have Tatas and so on. So that's one point, that the decision, see, who made the decision was a question I raised. There were experts, Indian experts, making that decision. I think the question is who. Certainly, many of us were not, part of that discussion. So that north-side divide, who represents and so on, is a big issue within every country, and it certainly is an issue within India also. I think one point that I wanted to talk about specifically is animal-based foods. See, we have been talking about, we are advocating for dietary diversity, so on and so forth. The massive opportunities in this country. We've been fighting for decades as the Right to Food campaign for eggs in the Anganwadi system. Why are we not getting it? Where is the assumption coming from that it's a vegetarian country? Where? Why are we not talking about forest rights? Why are we not talking about people who eat insects and so on, and other kinds of animals that we don't generally buy from our markets? Why are we not talking about animal husbandry? Why are we not pushing for animal-based foods? If we know the quality of iron in animal-based foods is great, we know the protein content and the bioavailability of protein is great, and are we able to say that the majority of our country, I'm a vegetarian, by the way, just for anybody getting offended by any of this, people are getting offended by the conversation saying that animal-based foods are good diets. This has now become offensive in this country.
They even assume everyone is vegan.
Yeah. So, I mean, like in one state, Madhya Pradesh, where 75% of the people are non-vegetarian, and yet it can be declared, unofficially declared as a vegetarian state where eggs cannot be distributed, where the biggest, the distributor of midday meals is a religious institution that does not believe in giving giving non-veg food or even garlic or pyaz to our children, and that's acceptable. So where is the conversation on dietary diversity actually going? And I think lastly, my only point is that, in nutrition, some summary wisdom that one has gained from the whole thing, from research, from practice and so on, is that we need to be moderate and we need to go gently. Like this was the approach even for severe acute malnutrition, where many of us came together, and we also realized that this shotgun hitting at everything in a very technical way with these magic bullets doesn't work in our country for many reasons, which we can technically argue that. I can technically argue that. There are good reasons to say in nutrition and in much to do with health, which is not emergency health, we should not be upsetting our bodily homeostasis and our environmental homeostasis with very hard-hitting, rapid, vertical things. That nature has some general good principles, and common sense is that you should try to go with nature as far as possible. So I really agree with
Ajay ji is gone out, so I take this opportunity. He sent me a message that we have to finish at 11:29, but we started 10 minutes late, and the next session has only 3 speakers. So if we can quickly take 5, yeah. And the audience interventions, please keep it like really short and pointed.
Ma'am, I come from GCMMF, Gujarat. We got an inquiry from government of Gujarat. They wanted us to help them out with a cast iron piece of particular shape. Later on, when we went and searched about, because I'm heading the QA department, so I looked into what they are asking it really for. We searched into literature and we found that Cambodia is a country who has gone through Swedish support to fortify their foods with iron. They just have one lucky iron fish, they call it. They put it in the utensil they are preparing. And because of the biodiversity of the food they eat during the week, probably that is a better, we thought just to share it with you. Thank you.
So I think, this whole, yeah, sure. I'm Biraj Patnaik. I think this whole issue of evidence keeps coming up and down. I think there's a great disservice that by international institutions, especially UN agencies in India, when they do not speak out on what is evidently non-evidence-based policy. Pandeyji in the morning, there are 2 key takeaways. One, our pilot was such a spectacular failure that we decided to universalize the program. And second, we want independent feedback, we want third-party feedback, so we asked Niti Ayog. Now, if Niti Ayog is third party, then my friend Arun Gupta is truly Vishwaguru. And I think this is the problem that we have here. We do not speak up when we are required to. We slavishly regurgitate government and corporate PR, and it's a disservice to the entire UN system. And if you talk about dietary diversity and you do not talk about the 7 years of economic mismanagement that has led us here, if you do not talk about the attack on food sovereignty, this is a country that is lynching people for a food choice. In 2021, it's extraordinary. And not a squeak from the multilateral system which was created to prevent this. And I think if you're not careful, at least on many of these social and cultural fronts, the UN will end up precisely where they were in Myanmar or in Sri Lanka, in absolutely the wrong side of history. And therefore we have to be very, very careful in our articulation of what is happening, much more mindful that our instinct for self-preservation should not take precedence over what India needs.
I just have a question, if anybody knows, but I wanted to ask to Sudhanshu Pandey about this, because he said we don't tell them the solutions. So my question is there a conceptual framework to make decisions about fortification, which include risks, benefits, and ethics, and underlying determinants of social and ecological front? Is there a framework in India based on which such decisions are taken?
Yeah, Dr. Vandana, the recently international report has come out about a hunger index about India going down to 110. What is the status of micronutrients? It has affected much more than that.
So we have to end, so 1 minute each, and this time at 1 minute I will say 1 minute is up. You don't have to necessarily respond or answer, but just your final comments. We can go in the reverse order. So we'll start with one.
जी वो iron fish वाले, I think he's gone out of the room, but anyway, we have worked with iron kadhais, and there have been some studies also. I think that they do make a little bit of a difference, and certainly acceptability is quite high. That was on that front. On the global hunger index, well, they didn't study iron deficiency or any micronutrient deficiency particularly, but they did comment on dietary diversity, which is the controversial point on which government made such a very vehement response. It's very sad that not only the global hunger index, but also the NFHS 5 first phase is showing a stagnation, even if you don't accept deterioration, which is the government is saying. I don't know why they're so happy to say that we have stagnated over the last 5 or 6 years. So I think there has been deterioration. Even if we improve, secular trends show some mild improvements, but that's not good enough as a country. We need to do much better by the food of our people. So.
Yeah, I just want to respond to a couple things. Biraj, your point on Niti Aayog being, sort of anchoring the evaluation or knowledge ecosystem, one of the things, so we've been among the researchers sort of liaising with them, and one of the things that all of them have been very clear on is that if it's an impact evaluation, neither Niti nor anyone in government would be involved in that. The collaborative or sort of the knowledge component of what we are developing with them is mainly on implementation issues, where it is important that implementation entities and researchers stay fairly connected. But on anything related to impact, they're very clear that it would be done and should be done by people outside of government. So that's just a clarification. Hope that helps. On Global Hunger Index, please do not compare ranks over time. This is not appropriate. It is not correct. If we should not be doing it. Only look at rank within each year. Don't look at slipping of ranks, this, that, and the other. It's just the wrong way to interpret it. The report itself says that. We can quibble with the index all we like. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going away. So every year in October, I just prepare myself to discuss it. Whatever it is, it's not great.
Sure. Just on, I think there were, Dr. Gupta raised this issue. I wouldn't have an answer to the question on conceptual framework, but even before the pilot, there were a lot of large-scale pilots around fortified rice that were done in the country, done over many years, covering large numbers of populations. At least 5 to 6 pilots is what I'm aware of. And what all of those pilots showed was improvement in in anemia levels and in the different biomarker levels. And these are perhaps data which is not published, ma'am. So there is a lot of unpublished data which is also available. So just wanted to put that point forward. The other point that I wanted to briefly touch upon is that there is, at least from the UN systems, there is a focus on dietary diversification, and I give you my word for that. It's not relying just on one strategy. There is a plethora of different food-based system strategies that we're trying to push. In terms of raising questions, there are mandates that are available to each organization, and I think within those mandates, the necessary questions are being raised. So just wanted to say that as well. Thank you.
Yeah. I hope Purnima and the others, you will be able to agree that there's an upper level of iron that we can give, or an iron to give. Right here in this meeting, we have got another option, lucky fish. We are going pharmacological supplementation. We are giving double fortified salt. And now we want to do the mandatory. I mean, it sort of defies logic for me. How much iron do you want to give? If you give any medicine or even food in excess, is going to cause catastrophe. Was this point ever considered by people who said mandatory for God's sake, if you have got to do rice fortification, take away pharmacological iron supplementation or double fortification, stick to one thing. And I strongly contest, madam, that you said all of these studies, pilots have shown an improvement in hemoglobin. I happen to be the chair of the DBT meeting which funded such trials, and I am aware that most of them, if at all, showed some improvement in iron status, and hemoglobin was not there. Please refer to the Cochrane review by John Pablos Pinos Rosas in 2020. After that, there may be one or two other studies which might be available. We need to rationalize.
I'll just give Sharika last 1 minute.
I just wanted
That's not fair, then I have to respond.
Tea, do we have a tea break?
No, I just wanted to quickly say that the guidelines that you're referring to, it took into consideration about 16 to 17 studies. Post that, today as we speak, there are 22 studies, of which 6 are from India. Some of the work that I'm talking about in Gadchiroli, in Dhenkanal, in Gajapati, that is all work which has not been published as scientific papers. The work which has been done in Gajapati as well as in Dhenkanal is work done by the World Food Programme, so I do speak with a fair amount of authority there.
Thank you. We'll conclude here. Just to end with saying, I think what we do all agree on is the lack of data, that this is a right, that dietary diversity is a right and the state needs to invest in it. I felt that is something everybody agreed about. And that there needs to be much greater transparency in the state and all of us in the work that we are doing in putting things out for a more informed debate. So thank you, and there is a tea break.
So there is no tea break. I'm sorry. There is tea. There is tea. Fortification. There is tea, but there is no break. So please pick up your tea and get back to the room. So there is no break, and I really request people not to, come back here, otherwise we'll miss lunch. They close at 3 o'clock, so there won't be any lunch otherwise for anyone. So please come back.
We will start now. Ajay, are we good to go? Okay. We have Dr. Debal Deb, Mr. Tarun Vij, and Dr. Ashwini Mahajan joining us in this panel. The discussion, of course, is nutrition, conflict of interest, decentralized alternatives, and business. And I think in the earlier session, we had this question: does mandatory fortification give extra power to the large companies? And would they therefore dominate the food scene and thereby dominate the agriculture scene? That is one question. The second question is, my understanding is there are 5 large companies in the world who produce the micronutrients. I have the names, but I wouldn't go there. So is it something that should worry us in this process? The third question, therefore, is what happens to small business? And this is a major worry as far as I am concerned, because if the large companies are able to produce, you heard in the morning about the continuing business proposition that if somebody invests, he should have continuity of policy, and therefore
the investment has to be productive. And if continuation of policy is the reason for the businesses to continue, then the policy will continue. So is there a real position that we can go back or not? Without wasting much time, I would start with Dr. Ashwini Mahajan. You have about 5 to 6 minutes because we need to close at 12:30, 12:25 maybe. Well, maybe 8 minutes or so for an opening statement, then we'll take some questions. I'm sure there are some fireworks behind.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nand Kumar. My co-panelist, Dr. Debab Deb, Mr. Tarun Vij, and Dr. Ajay Jakharji, and all the friends present here. My views are very known to, because that's all in the public domain, so I need not say that whether I'm in for or against. So I'm obviously against a mandatory fortification of food. In fact, I come from Swadeshi Jagan Manch, and we have also written a letter to the Prime Minister about nearly 2.5 or 3 years ago. And in that, we had made it very clear our concerns about the mandatory fortification of food. Sometime back, Ministry of Women and Child Development, they organized a program in August 2018 to take a decision that about this mandatory fortification. But it's not good etiquette to really criticize or question on the people sitting on the dais along with you. But I do take the privilege because this is something which is of national and health interest of the people of this country. Therefore, those who have the interest in promoting fortification, including the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition and Foods Industry, was present, while national academia and researchers with experience in the field were conspicuously absent in that meeting. So we can understand the decisions which were taken earlier by FSSAI or others have not been supported by the researches that has been basically supported by the business interests. I would like to mention, because this is all in public domain, so I don't see any reason not to mention their names. Those with the conflict of interest, like food industry, related industry that produces fortificants, like Tata Trust, they may have interest in Tata Chemical Agencies. GAIN I have already mentioned. And other partners of FSSAI for fortification work include Bill Melinda Gates Foundation, PATH, Clinton Health Initiative, Food Fortification Initiative, Nutrition International World Bank, World Food Program, WHO, and UNICEF. If we try to dig them, you will find the business interest everywhere. So I make a starting statement like this because the the very subject of this session is the conflict of interest. Now, I'm not a specialist in this, but since I'm given this opportunity to say this, this Anemia Mukta Bharat program, whereas we try to give multiple iron fortified foods and then mega dose of vitamin A supplementation and vitamin A fortified oil. This as the researches have shown, because I am saying with full responsibility that the researchers have been conspicuously absent, and the industry was present in taking decisions about this important aspect, which affects the human health, and also, as you have rightly mentioned, the small businesses. The projected benefits on health of Indian population with mandatory fortifications are based on crude guess estimates, and a robust evidence and informed decision should await the release of this this program, and we understand that the Honorable Prime Minister should be guided more on this issue, both on the conflict of interest issue, secondly, and the need for these micronutrients, and also their possible impact on the small businesses. This is my constitutional right to eat what I want, and no government has any business to impact my choice, and therefore the government must keep this into account. I tell you, Swadeshi Jagamach is not very new to have opposed the fortification. It was in 1998 that we started our opposition to the fortified salt, and we made it very clear to the government that this ban on common salt is a bad thing. And at that point of time, again, because of the business interests of Tatas and many others, the government did not accept our plea. Then we decided to start agitation against the government, which was the BJP government then. And we announced a yatra for a Namak Yatra in the independent India. And then government could understand, and then the notification came dismissing the ban on common salt. Again, when UPA government came, they again decided to impose a ban, which was opposed to thin nail by Swadeshi Jaganmanch in the court of law, and ultimately Supreme Court decided in favor of Swadeshi Jaganmanch, and it was decided that no ban on common salt is possible. In fact, I was present in those hearings, and this was a bench of two honorable justices. One judge was in favor of putting a ban on the fortified salt. Then the other judge said that it is not given in the prayer, therefore we cannot. So it was absence of our demand for banning the fortified salt that it didn't happen. But let me tell you that this business interests are not very new. And in fact, it's not that we didn't foresee then. There was a very, I don't find her very often here. There was a very renowned journalist, Nina Vyas. She interviewed me then. Why we are, because it was a very big thing, that government lifting the ban on the common salt on our instance. At that point of time, you can go into Google and find out. I said then that this is not going to stop here. Next will be the iron fortification. I said it then in 2002. So the history is getting repeated, and we will not let it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahajan. I'm very happy to hear from you that it's our constitutional right to eat what we want. I think that underlines your position. Can I move to Mr. Vij, the other side? You can defend yourself or argue your case.
No, I don't need to defend anything. I am a proud Indian citizen. It is my constitutional right to eat well, be healthy, realize my full potential. And I sincerely hope and expect that my government will be a partner to my right to be healthy and my right to realize my full potential. And I'm not talking personally about me, I can be talking about anybody, a small child, a lady, a teenager. Talking about conflict of interest in a large, complex country like India, necessarily when we engage with multiple stakeholders, you have business in the room, you have state governments in the room, you have district administrations in the room, you have activism, you have civil society representatives, and you also have regulators, the scientific community, etc. So anytime you're running a large public health or nutrition intervention, and by the way, my career has not been confined to only food fortification. I have done tuberculosis, vaccines, reproductive health, multiple things. So anyway, necessarily you are looking and balancing the viewpoints, the opinions, the data, the interests, etc. of a large segment of society, citizenry, which is necessary debate in a country like India. All I want to say on this conflict of interest is at least my experience with the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition and some of the organizations that Dr. Saab just mentioned has been a little bit different. I have seen us all, and I say GAIN in particular, and others as well. We have been interacting with farmer producer organizations. We have been working with self-help groups and communities. We have been working with women entrepreneurs in the most rural tribal districts of the country. We work with the state governments, different departments on different issues and contexts. We work with the regulator, and yes, we certainly work with the private sector as well. We also work with cooperatives. Specific to fortification, GAIN is not doing rice fortification, sir. So आज का थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा accent rice fortification पे था, but certainly we have been working on edible oil fortification currently in 15 states of the country. My data shows me कि 69% of the volume and the work that we do comes from 275 small, medium, and large producers, all Indian companies. Some are total mom and pop kind of shows, but some are, you can say, district level or state level entities, and we are very proud to work with them. 30% is coming from what we can say, whether we say national, we say multinational, I would say multi-state or national presence type of companies. The idea is that, at least from our standpoint, when you are representing, shall I say, I don't like the word consumer, I mean, I don't like the word beneficiary, I would like to say people who are accessing food, etc. ये होता है कि at the remotest district, it is not the national or multinational brand which is going to be either available, affordable, or even visible at times. So if you are passionate about a particular intervention, necessarily you cannot, in a country like India, if you want to have any impact at even at subpopulation level, work for the interest of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 companies. ये आप कर नहीं सकते अगर आपने कोई serious intervention करनी है. And to tell you very frankly, the Indian home gets about 10.5 million metric ton of cooking oil. I am using it as a surrogate. 15 liter packing and less, मैं उसका volume का आपको total बता रहा हूँ, is about 10.5 million metric tons. The data I have with me tells me that about 7.9 million metric tons of this is already getting fortified with vitamins A and D. This is purely on a voluntary basis on date. Having said that, I would like to see mandatory fortification of edible oil on one premise, that it will be better able, if 70% is getting fortified on date, we can better regulate the lab capacitation, the supply chain to the last mile of the edible oil premixes and etc. We can do regulatory monitoring much better. The SMEs can be supported financially and otherwise much better if there is a certainty of policy and supply. So I am taking it from that standpoint, that there is already a significant portion of fortification done. To take it to the last mile with a quality is something that I feel a mandatory situation may be helpful. And if my thinking is not correct, I would love to be corrected on that as well. But certainly conflict of interest in a large scale in a country like India with such diverse ecosystem, I think is a misnomer. This is my contribution to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vij. I think that brings some clarity into our discussion. Thank you for that. Mr. Dev.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm a farmer by vocation, and by my avocation, I'm a scientist with a lab where I'm working on this rice and the nutrient, all the nutritional qualities and nutraceutical properties of hundreds of rice varieties every month. We have published it. But with this capacity, both on vocation and avocation, I'm not very renowned for my diplomatic ability while talking. So I'm really, making some kind of, undiplomatic way of putting this thing. As I see it, here I find that the whole exercise of this mandatory fortification of food is really geared not to ensure the nutritional security of the people, but rather it's more to ensure the profit security of certain industries. If we just know from this, take from this in the first session, we are making this the rice pulverization, making it powder, then mixing and blending these nutrients into this powder evenly, investing this kind of blending machines, standardization, importing of these machines and so on, and finally manufacturing rice grains from that powder In all of these, simply investments from industries, nothing to do with the nutritional quality, nutritional doses, who is accessing this one, and who are the people who need this kind of fortification. Because there is also assumption that everyone in this country should eat rice and must eat rice, and that must be mandatorily fortified. What about the people who are not eating rice at all throughout their lives? There are millions of people with whom I am working who are consuming no rice at all in a month, like millets, for example. Okay? I'm talking of many of these tribal situations in South India, North India, and so on. There are many kinds of other non-vegan communities who are relying on different kinds of sources, multiple sources, which contain very rich quantities of vitamin D and vitamin A and vitamin B12. Now, vitamin D and vitamin B12, these two specifically, are not available in any plant sources. That is common knowledge. Okay. Now, because they are not available, America and other places where this new religion of veganism has evolved, food fortification of vitamin D and vitamin B12 was in place to feed these vegan population. The non-vegetarian population don't need it, not even the Indian vegetarians. This is the reason why all the vegetarian cultures of the world, which have survived for millennia, have included either egg or milk and milk products in the diet of vegetarianism. Milk is included in vegetarianism. Egg is included in vegetarianism. In some cases, even fish in Karnataka and Bengal, for example. In Kerala, they include some parts of the small fish as part of vegetarian diet. Now, this is the evolutionary biological perspective, why people have over thousands of years have learned the need to include this kind of animal diets. We are now suddenly assuming that everybody is vegan, so we have to pump in this vitamin B12, vitamin D, vitamin A, etc., into oil, into rice, and so on and so forth. Assuming that no other food contains any of these things normally available. I'm not talking of very expensive foods, not even mangoes and jackfruits and all of these. Even very, very cheap ones. Freely available wild foods, for example. I'm not talking of the forest foods. Even in the rice fields, for example, there are plenty of plants, edible plants available, which are very rich in these kind of vitamins and minerals. Now, I'm not going to this, the time is very short, so I can't cover all of these food fortification things. I'm going to this iron deficiency with special reference to rice alone, because I've been conserving and working in rice over the past 26 years, growing 1,440 varieties of rice every year and analyzing their nutraceutical properties. And therefore, I think I am capable of telling some of these, the properties which are not found in any of these commercialized rice varieties which are even distributed in the public distribution system. Now, for iron deficiency, the Indian government of India had already addressed this from the 1970s, when in 1980, World Health Organization suggested that the iron tablets should be made mandatory. So at that time, I was a college student, and this was sold at 3 paisa per tablet. Today, it's free. It's totally free distribution of iron tablets. Then despite this completely free distribution of iron tablets to every possible health centers, why is it that still now the anemia is not eradicated from the country? That itself shows that simply, a magic bullet solution to every problem is not the comprehensive problem, because even if you are taking these 2 tablets a day, the water that you are drinking might be containing many of these germs which sloughs off your lining of the guts. So when you have chronic diarrhea, dysentery, giardiasis, and all of these, no kind of vitamin A or iron supplement will make you healthy. It will all be sloughed off. That's very obvious. And in the previous discussion, it was already discussed that I'm not talking of the extreme cases of thalassemia, for example, where iron is inimical to your health. You should not take any iron at all. But where you do need it, simply addition of some iron tablets, or injection of tablets, or even syrup, or iron fortification in rice or whatever, is not going to help it. If it did, we would have eradicated, after 20 years of free supply of iron tablets everywhere. Now, about this, the iron tablets, unfortunately, I can't show you some of these figures that have been very easy to discuss all of these. Okay. Is that I'm quoting from this FSSAI regulations 2018. There's a Schedule 1, and they have standardized the standard for fortification of food, where it mentions, unfortunately I cannot show you, but I hope you can download it for free from the FSSAI site. The table number 6 is for the fortification of rice, raw rice. It suggests that iron should be in the form of two forms. One is iron pyrophosphate, which is ferric pyrophosphate, and the level of fortification is 28 milligram to 42 milligram per kg of rice. Okay. Now I'm taking this 42.5 millimeter, the highest proportion of this to be mixed with this rice. And the other form is sodium iron ethylene diamine tetraacetate dihydrate, that is sodium EDTA. Iron EDTA, iron sodium EDTA, and their dose is maximum is 21.25 milligram per kg of rice to be mixed. Now, I calculated this one. What's the content of the iron in each case? Content of iron in the case of iron pyrophosphate, we actually, for all chemists who do that, you can always do this. The molar mass of iron pyrophosphate is 745.21 mg. In this, each molecule, molar mass of this iron pyrophosphate, iron content is 223.38 because there are 4 atoms of iron. So 223 mg. So in this, if you take this dose, the recommended dose of 42.5 mg per kg of rice, the iron dose comes to 12.14 mg, 12 mg per kg of rice that you are injecting. In the case of iron EDTA, that content is much less, and that content, I'm not skipping the calculation, all of this, you can do it at home, even on the Google site you can make this iron EDTA. And if you calculate this in the recommended dose of 21.25 mg per kg, the content of iron is 3.23 mg. Okay, so please remember these two figures. In the case of EDTA, iron EDTA, it's 3.25 mg of iron per kg available, and in the case of iron pyrophosphate, it's 12.74 mg per kg available, which you are going to eat. Now, assuming that you do need this iron from rice, I have published 2 internationally peer-reviewed papers, including one in the ACS Sustainable Chemistry, where we have documented 86 rice varieties, folk rice varieties, which contains anywhere from 55 mg to 350 mg of iron per kg of rice. Remember these figures, 3.25 and 12.7. We have 55, the minimum, and the maximum level. I can give you all the names of these rice varieties. For example, Bai Dusuri, which is the record holder, is 150.8 mg per kg. Dudhe Bolta from Bengal is 130.9 mg per kg. Narahasoi from Chhattisgarh is 86.5, and so on and so forth. So 50, 60, 80, 130, 150. 86 such varieties already available for free. No industry involved, no investment involved, no powdering, no mixing, no blending. You get it for free from the farmers, and they are abundantly available among the farmers, the land races. Now, why should we not make an arrangement to procure those varieties for the people who need this iron, rather than making this iron EDTA? And being a laboratory scientist, I know how expensive that sodium iron EDTA is to manufacture. And then you mix this. I'm not talking of this in the other industrial inputs and investments. It should be commonsensical. I don't need any kind of scientific degree to understand this. it's very commonsensical to think that when there is abundantly available 86 varieties in India, freely available with 20 times higher content of iron in those rice varieties, why should we go for this kind of investment to make this? But unfortunately, current common sense is very uncommon among the policymakers. Yeah, please.
Thank you. I'm sure the last bit that he said is of great interest to Ajay Jakar, and I'm very happy to see one of the most brilliant bureaucrats I have seen, Ashok Dalwai, here from the Agriculture Ministry. I'm sure he has this point taken back to the ministry. I'm very happy, Ashok, that you are here. Can I go back to Dr. Mahajan for any brief comments you may have? Because Mr. Vij very clearly said we are only working with edible oil and we have nothing to do with rice. Right?
Again,
yeah,
so,
yeah.
तो मुझे ये जानकर के भी अच्छा लगा कि चलो बाकी आयरन फोर्टिफिकेशन की बात तो बहुत हो ही रही है, और उसके ऊपर जो भी डॉक्टर HP सचदेव यहाँ बैठे हैं उन्होंने लिखा ही है, और मुझे लगता है हम सबको पढ़ना चाहिए उसको, कि ये गैर ज़रूरी ही नहीं, ख़तरनाक भी है. तो वी शुड लिसन टू मोर सेन वॉइसेस लाइक हिम, क्योंकि अगर हम अच्छा सोच रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी तो अच्छा ही सोच रहे हैं कि भी सब लोगों के लिए अच्छा होना चाहिए, लेकिन ये भी बात सच है, जैसे देव साहब ने कहा कि हम इतने सालों से 20 साल से दिए जा रहे हैं, और NIN की स्टडी ये कह रही है कि उससे कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ा. दिस इज़ NIN स्टडी. सो मेरा ये कहना है कि आई एम encouraged to speak about vitamin A and D also. This is the bunch of papers on the adverse effects of vitamin A and D fortification. मुझे लगता है कि तरुण विज जी आप मुझे बताएंगे तो हम आपको ये सारे के सारे भिजवा देंगे.
Very happy to take these papers. मैं भी आपको कुछ पेपर भिजवा दूंगा.
So क्योंकि हमें सेन वॉइसेस को सुनना चाहिए, और ऐसे सब जो हमसे अलग मत रखते हैं उनको भी सुनना चाहिए. आज चूँकि यह जो सत्र है वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट का है, तो मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि मैंने कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट की बहुत लड़ाइयाँ जीती हैं. एक इन सब जो गेन पाथ, इन सब के जो मुखिया हैं, बिल मेलिंडा गेट्स फाउंडेशन, उनके द्वारा भारत में उनके प्रतिनिधि श्रीमान नचिकेत मोर जी भारत के, बताता हूँ ना जी, वही रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया के बोर्ड पर थे. मैंने आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को पत्र लिखा कि ऐसी जितनी भी संगठन रहते हैं वो उनको हम लाइजन ऑफिस बोलते हैं. 2 प्रकार के विदेशी संस्थान यहाँ होते हैं, NGOs. एक NGOs होते हैं जो FCRI के अंतर्गत आते हैं, और जो अलायंस जो लाइजन ऑफिस होते हैं, जैसे फोर्ड फाउंडेशन है, BMGF है, इनको जो है इनका रेगुलेशन RBI को करना होता है. तो मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी से बड़ा सिंपल सा प्रश्न पूछा कि कैसे एक रेगुलेटर और रेगुलेटेड दोनों एक हो सकते हैं. तो मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी को जो पत्र लिखा, उन्होंने 5 दिन के अंदर उसका जवाब दिया और कहा कि एक्शन हैज़ बीन टेकन. सो after that he was asked to resign, but he did not. Then he was removed. There are many other instances of such conflict of interest on which we have raised voices. एक आपने कहा कि ये तो कोई इसके कोई मायने नहीं हैं. किसके? कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट के कोई मायने नहीं हैं. अगर मायने नहीं हैं तो WHO क्यों कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट की बात करता है? अगर मायने नहीं हैं तो क्यों नहीं हम हर मीटिंग में इस बात को कहते कि यह मेरा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, इसके बारे में भारत सरकार क्यों नियम नहीं बनाती? क्यों ब्यूरोक्रेट्स इसके लिए काम नहीं कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि हर जगह कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, हर जगह कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है। मुझे तरुण विज जी से कोई गिला शिकवा नहीं, क्योंकि वो तो एक काम कर रहे हैं अपने किसी संगठन के लिए, लेकिन ये एक बड़ा सैद्धांतिक विषय है। एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्ट्री में, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ में, हर तमाम डिपार्टमेंट्स में ऐसे लोग बैठे हैं जिनके बिजनेस इंटरेस्ट कहीं और होते हैं। हम डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे होते हैं और वही कंपनी हमें डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए कंसल्टेशन दे रही होती है और वही कंपनी उन लोगों को कंसल्टेशन दे रही होती है जिनको फायदा होने वाला है। मैं यहाँ पर यह रेखांकित करना चाहता हूँ कि कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट इस देश के लिए घुन की तरह है, घुन की तरह है। उसको हमें सफाया करना होगा। ऐसा नहीं कह सकते हैं कि कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट का कोई मतलब नहीं है। कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। अगर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से मुझे जबरदस्ती फोर्टिफाइड फूड खिलाया जाता है तो वो गलत है। अगर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट की वजह से एचपीवी वैक्सीन लगाई जाती है तो वो गलत है। एचपीवी वैक्सीन हमने रुकवाई थी प्रधानमंत्री जी को पत्र लिख करके, ये गलत है। इसके पीछे 10 कारण बताए थे, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2 दिन में उसका निर्णय लिया। मुझे लगता है कि आज की ये जो हमारी सभा है, आज की जो बातचीत हुई है, पैनल डिस्कशन हुआ है, इसकी जानकारी हमें जरूर दूर दूर तक देनी चाहिए ताकि समझ में आए कि कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट भी इंपॉर्टेंट है, एडवर्स इम्पैक्ट्स भी इंपॉर्टेंट हैं और ये भी महत्वपूर्ण है कि भारत एक जैव विविधता वाला देश है, बायोडाइवर्सिटी वाला देश है। आपने कहा कि 150 किस्म के चावल हैं, ऐसे मैं अपनी बात खत्म कर लूं। लाखों किस्म के चावल हैं, लाखों किस्म की वैरायटीज हैं। अभी 2023 में हमने इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स मनाना है। अशोक दलवाई जी यहाँ बैठे हैं, उसको धूमधाम से मनाया जाए और इस बात को रेखांकित किया जाए कि इस देश में बायोडाइवर्सिटी के कारण तमाम ऐसे न्यूट्रिएंट्स उपलब्ध हैं जो नेचुरल तरीके से अंदर जाएंगे, आपको बेहतर जीवन देंगे। और ये जो मैं कई रिसर्चेस पढ़ रहा था, क्योंकि मैं तो अर्थशास्त्र का विद्यार्थी हूँ, तकनीकी जानकारियाँ रखता नहीं, लेकिन मजबूरी में पढ़ना पड़ रहा है। ये पढ़ रहा था कि जब से ये हमने न्यू एग्रीकल्चर स्ट्रैटेजी अडॉप्ट करी, हमारा प्रोडक्शन तो बढ़ गया लेकिन माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स की कमी हो गई। हमें वापस मिलेट्स पर जाना पड़ेगा, वापस अपने पुराने क्रॉप्स पर जाना पड़ेगा। इसके लिए मैं निवेदन करूंगा, अशोक दलवाई जी यहाँ बैठे हैं और भी जो लोग इसमें मदद कर सकते हैं, किसानों के प्रतिनिधि यहाँ बैठे हैं, इंडस्ट्री के प्रतिनिधि यहाँ बैठे हैं और साइंटिस्ट यहाँ बैठे हैं, सब लोगों को प्रयास करना पड़ेगा कि हम नेचुरल तरीके से, प्राकृतिक तरीके से अपने देश के लोगों को सेहतमंद बनाएं, इस प्रकार से माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स दे करके नहीं।
Thank you. I am sure Ajay Jakar and Ashok Dalwai will be very happy to take that forward. Mr. Vij,
just a couple of, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा जब आपने नेचुरल तरीकों के बारे में बात करी। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू टेल यू कि हम भी 6 प्रदेशों में बाजरा और अनाज, नेचुरली ब्रेड वैराइटीज, स्मॉल होल्डर फार्मर्स के साथ 600 डिफरेंट मिल्स के साथ, छोटे बड़े, उनके साथ काम कर रहे हैं। मैं ये कहता हूं व्हेन वी से कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, मेरा ये से तात्पर्य ये है कि आपको इंडिया में एक वाइड वैरायटी ऑफ एक्टर्स के साथ काम करना है। आपको स्मॉल, मीडियम, लार्ज, सेल्फ हेल्प, कमर्शियल, हर तरीके से आपको चलना है इफ यू वांट पॉपुलेशन लेवल रीच। तो मेरा सिर्फ लिमिटेड पॉइंट ये है कि हम अपनी एक जो मेल न्यूट्रिशन की इशू है उसको कन्फाइन ना कर लें टू फोर्टिफिकेशन। वी आर टू वर्क ऑन मेनी फ्रंट्स, चाहे बायो फोर्टिफिकेशन है, कल उसमें डाइट डाइवर्सिटी है। हमने बहुत बढ़िया असम में मॉडल डाइट डाइवर्सिटी का किया है। आई वुड लव सम पीपल इन दिस रूम टू प्लीज कम विद मी एंड सी व्हाट वी हैव डन इन 110 टी गार्डन्स। उसमें अंडे भी बिक रहे हैं, वेजिटेबल्स भी बिक रहे हैं, लिक्विड मिल्क भी बिक रहा है, वहां पाउडर मिल्क ज्यादा हुआ करता था। वी वांटेड दैट मे बी अ चेंज। सो ऑल आई एम सेइंग इज इन आवर कंट्री विद आवर डाइवर्सिटी वी नीड अ मल्टीप्लिसिटी ऑफ अप्रोचेस। दैट इज माय ओनली हम्बल सबमिशन, सर। And we are with all types of public opinion and to conform and adapt our policies accordingly.
Thank you. I think there is some convergence at the end of this, which is good, because all conflicts should lead to a resolution. Yeah, you want a minute?
I'll just add one point. I mean, I'm very happy that it's really converging all of this, and the whole focus is on the food diversity. It's not just rice, not just the soil, and therefore all of these nutrients should be added. I mean, now it's only iron. Now what about zinc? What about selenium? What about manganese? And so on and so forth. The main idea is that when we talk about, I mentioned about this 1,440 varieties. This is just the diversity of rice in plasm itself. India was the mega diversity country. It is still now, it contains still now more than 10,000 varieties officially recorded. It may be much less, as not only rice, but also these, especially the population, parts of the population which rely on agriculture and non-agricultural basis as well, hunting, gathering, shifting cultivation, all of these. We have multitude of food diversity. It's not just PDS system. It's all these, even the uncultivated foods as well. We have to approach these systems where the diversity of food sources, and within each of these components, whether it's rice or vegetables, there are multitude of these, genetic diversity as well, which is the answer. Now, unfortunately, this diversity approach is now being reduced and truncated to certain one uniform, homogenized approach of only rice, and then you add this iron, you add protein, you add this vitamin and that vitamin, where we already have a multitude of these foods available all over the country. I think this is a truncation of diversity. This is anti-diversity approach of the policymakers. We have to educate them, I would rather say. They should be educated about this value of diversity. It's not just the diversity of language and religious beliefs and others. Food diversity and biodiversity is the most important. India is one of the mega diversity countries of the world. We have to emphasize on
I
that.
think I have to close it here because the two very important guests for the next session have arrived. So thank all of you. I think it has been a very good session. Thank you very much for those inputs. Yeah, thank you. May I welcome my good friend Ramesh Chand and Arun Singhal, CEO FSSAI. These are two very important keynote addresses for this session, wherever you are comfortable. You want some water as well? Thanks. Ajay, are we okay to go now? Yes, sir. Okay. This session, there are no questions and answers. I have been told very specifically by Ajay Jakar, except he uses the privilege to ask a question at the end of it, because he is special. I don't mind. You don't mind? But anyway, I don't know whether we have time. But we have the questions up front, don't worry. Well, one question which came up, anyway, I'm very happy to welcome both these gentlemen. Of course, Ramesh is an old friend, and very often we disagree, and we respect our respective rights to disagree as well. And our friendship hasn't waned even a wee bit in spite of all the disagreements. So that's Arun Singhal, I don't know much about, but I know that you are the CEO of FSSAI. We were in the group on the drawing board when the FSSAI was being talked about in the Ministry of Food Processing, but it has traveled quite a long distance. Now, I started this session by saying that I would like to divide this into two parts. One is mandatory and the other as fortification. My problem generally is mandatory, not so much fortification. Because as an administrator, I find mandatory leads to a following situations. Mandatory means you need a rule or a law to enforce it. You need a standard, You need an inspector who will check that. You need a laboratory which will verify it. And then you need a prosecution of those who don't comply. I understand mandatory when my actions impinge on others. I understand mandatory driving licenses. I understand mandatory no smoking. But I don't understand mandatory for a choice that I'm entitled to make. And Dr. Mahajan very clearly said a constitutional right to eat what I want. That's one problem. So to me, mandatory is against ease of doing business, which the government is pushing very hard. Mandatory is against decriminalization and deduplication of various laws and regulations. And therefore, to me, mandatory is something that I would rather avoid if I can. And that's purely from a governance perspective. The other problem that I see in a mandatory fortification is that the fortification, of course, salt in an example which has been talked about, edible oil and milk. Now, if fortification is to address undernutrition in poor people, is edible oil and milk the appropriate means to achieve that objective? And in edible oil, we heard the numbers that about 10 million tons is what is below 15 kg in fact. In milk, it's just about 20%, which is pasteurized and distributed. It's just 20% of the production, and an ex-chairman of NDDB, I can say this with great confidence. And I'm sure there is a point of view from Amul which will say milk should not be fortified. I'm sure that that's the Amul point of view. So there is a question mark here. Why are we fortifying these two? Is it because it's convenient, or is it because it takes us to the objective? That is the second question I have. And the third one is, I personally feel that the FSSI Act has some problems in it. And I'm being quite open here and frank here, so that's something that happened before you joined, is that, and I've been a victim of this as chairman NDDB, so I know this, that an inspector can prosecute you and there are no appeals to the central authority, even if the sample is wrong, drawn wrongly, tested wrongly, etc. But my bigger worry is something else. My bigger worry is certification is costly. The moment you say that you have to measure something to a microgram or a milligram or parts per billion, you need to set up inspection or testing facilities which are very expensive. Does that work against small business? That's the third question. And of course, with Dr. Ramesh Chand, do you see rice fortification as a panacea for undernutrition, or would you think that we need to redesign the entire public distribution system to include millets, pulses, edible oils, etc., and maybe if finance is the problem, then look probably scale down the NFSA targets to a level where we have evidence-based information that we need to cover only that much percentage. I leave it at that. Now, I don't know who goes first. In the order, it is Arun. So, Arun Singhal.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me begin by saying what a great pleasure it is with people today. To meet people in the flesh and blood instead of seeing them as small pictures on a computer screen. So it's really a wonderful experience to be here today. I must compliment Mr. Javed Jakhar and the organizers for organizing this today. Now, I was aware that there are some not so complimentary questions you have to ask in this session, so I suppose these were the questions. And some of this was discussed in the first session by my very good friend and colleague, Mr. Sudhanshu Pandey, when he said that there are contradictory views about every issue, and the government ultimately has to take some view. And whatever view the government takes may not please all. risk is always there in public policy making. I'm sure you have been Secretary Food and Secretary Agriculture both. So some of these issues must have come up. For instance, nearly 60 years ago, we had the Green Revolution because there was not enough food in the country. And we did move away from millets and the traditional varieties of rice and wheat to high yielding varieties, and it served its purpose. Today we have substantially achieved food security. And today now we have the luxury of thinking of millets again and of thinking of local varieties of rice which had higher iron content. This luxury was not there when we were growing wheat in small flower pots and we were not eating food 1 week in a day because we didn't have wheat. So things change and the policy perspective also changes. There were times when we had to go for these varieties and that purpose has been served now. So we, with the benefit of hindsight and having achieved whatever we have, now we can think of many other things. We are thinking of higher things. So when we have substantially achieved food security, today I think it is time to go and think of higher order things like nutritional security. That is what we have to think about today. And in the first session we discussed this, that everybody agrees malnutrition is a problem. There was a point of view by the chair that undernutrition is a problem. I would only beg to add to this that as far as FSSAI is concerned, overnutrition also is becoming a problem today. Obesity is on the rise and obesity is going to cause problems for the country. So whether it is undernutrition or overnutrition, both are problems. So malnutrition is perhaps a more appropriate term which addresses both of them. So it is an issue for the entire world, and some estimates say that about 2 billion people in the world today suffer the consequences of deficiency of micronutrients. So it's a extremely large number. And it seems that not even one country in the world is on course to meet all the 10 2025 global nutrition targets. So it's a worrying situation as far as nutritional adequacy is concerned. Now in India, when we talk of vitamin A, vitamin D, iron, folic acid, B12, etc., it basically depends on what is the profile of the population. What do surveys reveal? What are the micronutrients which are the most deficient? Yes, there will be deficiency of zinc, there will be deficiency of many other micronutrients. But in public policy, then you start looking at things which are more deficient in larger number of people. So when you decide on some priorities, it has to be on the basis of the profile of the population. And hence there are some interventions which have been proposed. FSSAI came out with standards in 2018 for fortification of 5 staples and the micronutrients for vitamin A and vitamin D and iron, folic acid and vitamin B12. And a plus F logo was designed saying that if you fortify with these elements, then you can have the plus F logo. Other fortificants are optional, and for them also levels have been prescribed by FSSAI. But these are the mandatory ones in view of the high prevalence of deficiencies. So the most important today is anemia. It is estimated that 1/4 of the total number of anemia cases in the world is from India. And you are aware that iron deficiency leads to loss of productivity, not only for heavy manual work, but also for other kinds of work to a varying degree. The latest round of NFHS, the 5th round, also indicates that in 13 out of the 22 states for which data is available, more than half of women and children are anemic. So even today the situation seems to be somewhat serious. So there can be 3 strategies to combat micronutrient deficiency. The first approach is supplementation. The second can be fortification. And the third would be dietary diversification, having a balanced diet. Supplementation provides the fastest improvement, but it is focused on a targeted population only under medical supervision. So there are limitations to the outreach of supplementation. Fortification has a wider and somewhat more sustainable impact, but it's a slower process. And dietary diversification, of course, is the utilizing local food resources, local and seasonal foods, as we say from FSSAI,
It takes the longest time to create an impact, but it is the most sustainable and the most desirable way of taking care of micronutrient deficiencies. However, if you look at the results of NFHS 5th round, then as per capita incomes have increased in the country, there's no direct correlation to show that dietary diversification has taken place in equal measure. It appears that there are lots of demands on the resources of a consumer, and other demands may assume priority over spending more on food. That is a cause for concern. If the per capita income is growing, and FSSAI with its Eat Right India campaign and all the wings of the government, various ministries are emphasizing balanced diets, eating local and seasonal foods, having fruits or vegetables 5 times a day, having more milk. So dietary diversification is being emphasized. There are campaigns running to tell people about it. In spite of that, as incomes increase, there's no evidence to show, there's no clear evidence to show, I would say, in most of the states it has not taken place, that diets are improving. So that means we have to work a lot harder on this. All of us have to tie our shoelaces and start working on this, telling people about the need to have a balanced diet, giving priority to local and seasonal foods, going for naturally fortified foods, perhaps biofertilized, or the varieties of rice which were being talked about. All these are good things, but there's a lot of work to be done in this regard. As of now, we are not in a comfortable situation. So if these things will take a long time and they're very, very slow to happen, what do we do in the short term or the medium term? That is where the role of fortification comes in. We have to worry about fortification also. We can't give it up as an approach. It has to be thought about. And all these interventions, whether it's supplementation or fortification or dietary diversification, they're all complementary, they go hand in hand, and a multi-sectoral approach involving food, involving agricultural practices, involving health machinery, a multi-pronged approach is necessary. Each component is important, including fortification, I would say. Now, we have the example, it was mentioned, of iodized salt. It was a brilliant success, a mandatory fortification campaign. It did achieve its desired objective of eliminating goiter from the country. I remember then when I joined the service 34 years ago, we used to go to villages, we used to see many people having goiter. And today when we go, we hardly find anybody having goiter. So it was a brilliant success. It was a mandatory fortification program. So there have been good results. Now FSSAI has, as I said, introduced standards for fortified staples in 2018, and then we moved on in 2020. We introduced fortification for processed foods also. That is also possible now. And as a result of constant persuasion, FSCI has been advocating fortification. In the midday meal scheme and in the ICDS program, the Department of School Education and the Ministry of Women and Child Development have issued instructions to increase the protein and micronutrient contents. And you are all aware that by March of 2022, it will be mandatory to go for fortified staples in both these schemes. Mr. Sudhanshu Pandey had spoken about the pilot project under PDS for 15 districts, of which 11 districts have already been taken up. So that was also initiated some time back, but as he explained, there were some problems with the design of the scheme, because of which it could not really become a very vibrant success. We were depending on the pilot project for survey of the outcomes in terms of improvement in deficiency levels, a reduction of deficiency levels, and also if there's any apparent toxicity. But because the pilot projects could not come up and sufficient time had elapsed, therefore a change of strategy was perhaps necessary. If we look at oil today and we look at milk, of all the milk which is processed, 30% is already fortified voluntarily. So some traction has been achieved. If we talk of packaged oil, 70% is fortified today already. So in terms of oil and milk, there has been substantive progress. Now, an issue was raised about mandatory fortification. As of now, FSSAI as the regulator has not made any kind of fortification mandatory. That should be very clear. We did come out with a draft notification for making fortification of oil and milk with vitamin A and D mandatory up to packages of 15 liters and so on and so forth. But that also has not been finalized so far, because now recent surveys indicate that vitamin A deficiency is coming down in the country. The levels are not very high. Vitamin D to a lesser extent, but vitamin A, yes, there's improvement. So all these strategies, as I said, are complementary and they have to go hand in hand. Government of India has a program for vitamin A supplementation. The question that has to be asked here is that do supplementation and fortification go hand in hand, go together, or they are mutually exclusive? What exactly is the approach to be followed? There's an expert group set up by the Ministry of Health, which is looking at the new survey reports and considering whether supplementation should be restricted to a few pockets only for vitamin A, where deficiency levels are high. At the same time, we have a scientific panel. Dr. Sachdev is a member of our scientific panel, which is deliberating whether fortification of oil and milk with vitamin A should be mandatory and D. So what we have decided now is that both the panels, the expert group of the ministry and the scientific panel of FSSAI, would sit together. What was happening was our panel was saying, let us wait to see what the ministry decides and then we'll decide our strategy. And the ministry was saying, let us wait and see what FSSAI does. So we thought, let them sit together and take a view about this. The experts in the ministry feel that if fortification is made mandatory, then we can withdraw supplementation from most parts. And in FSSAI, the panel was feeling that only if supplementation is withdrawn from most of the pockets, it's confined only to high deficiency areas, will fortification being mandatory make sense? So both the groups of experts will now sit together and take a call about this, about both things, whether fortification should be mandatory, whether supplementation should continue at the scale at which is continuing right now, or should be restricted to pockets where vitamin A deficiency is very high. But as I said, for vitamin A and D fortification of oil and milk, there has been reasonable progress even without mandatory fortification. The area of concern is iron deficiency. And for rice, I must say the level of fortification achieved so far is only 3.5%. It is not very high, although anemia is a severe problem. Rice is the staple food of more than 65% of the population. It's a very good vehicle of reaching them. And I would just like to mention in the passing that it is not a problem of the poor and the underprivileged. Anemia is present in very affluent families. I would not be surprised if we find that our daughters are also, some of them are anemic. It is not confined to the poorer people, it is there everywhere. It is estimated that 47 million disability adjusted life years are lost every year due to micronutrient deficiencies in India. And of this, this is only iron deficiency. And the WHO estimates that 35% of this can be taken care of by fortification of rice. I heard the previous discussion also, if there's this condition, then fortification will not help, supplementation will not help. Definitely, nothing will take care of everything. It's a question of looking at numbers, benefiting the that you can benefit. That is the approach you have to follow. Nothing is a panacea for every problem in the world. So 35% of 47 million dailies would come to 16.6 million, and the cost to the country would be of the tune of 50,000 crore rupees. This is the loss we are incurring because of iron deficiency, which can be taken care of by rice fortification. So apart from the problems created to individuals who are less productive, who have to spend money on treatment, the country also as a whole loses a significant amount of money every year because of iron deficiency, which can be cured by fortification as estimated by WHO. These estimates may be a bit off, but the point which is being made is that iron fortification through rice would have an impact, and there's no harm in trying for it. Now, we have been proposing supporting fortification of rice and other staples. We wrote to the government more than 1 year ago proposing about rice, that we should look at rice fortification in a major way. And I'm grateful to my colleague Sudhanshu, who really took it up. And to Dr. Ramesh Chand, we had a meeting very recently chaired by the Honorable Minister for Food and Consumer Affairs, in which the possibility of increasing the fortification of rice in PDS was discussed. And Dr. Ramesh Chand supported that initiative very vocally, which is one of the things which went to the inputs to the Honorable Prime Minister before he actually announced on 15th of August that by 2024 all the rice in the PDS would be fortified. So that is a policy decision the government has taken. And since it has been taken now, it appears to be beneficial. There is larger public good involved. We have to think about implementing it. That is what we have to think about now. As a regulator, there are some things to be done by FSSAI. And there are some fears expressed about possible toxicity. I would like to say that I have not really come across very many documented cases of toxicity due to fortification of rice anywhere in the world. It is by and large based on apprehensions. One can never rule out anything completely. Anything can happen. But there is no documented evidence of toxicity anywhere in the world. And FSSAI sets standards based on science. That is the mandate of FSSAI. So when we look at the levels of fortification which are permitted, this also was mentioned by one of the speakers. The levels of, he appeared to imply that they are minuscule, very, very low. So when we fix the level of a fortificant, it is after taking into account the intake of that particular micronutrient from all the complete diet that a person consumes during the course of the day. Everything will contribute iron, everything will contribute vitamin A. And when you add up the entire intake on a daily basis for an average citizen, then you look at how much fortification is possible. And the levels of fortification are fixed in such a manner that the danger of toxicity is not there. That is the whole science-based approach behind it. As I said, my colleague Dr. Sachdeva is here. He is part of the panel which fixes the levels of fortification. And they're always fixed, keeping in mind that no toxicity should arise. So toxicity, and if you talk of iron, then toxicity, whatever toxic effects are there, can be clinically managed quite easily. It's not, it can't be clinically managed. There's also some talk of the moral dilemma of giving fortified foods to an unsuspecting population which doesn't know that they're having fortified foods, and thereby facing the risk of toxicity. To my mind, there's another equally powerful dilemma, which is of not going for fortification of foods, knowing fully well that it can help to improve the lives of millions of people in the country. That is also a moral dilemma. So anyway, now a firm action plan has been prepared. Certainty of policy, as Sudhanshu said, has been ensured. So we have to look at the mode of implementation. The first thing, as again was discussed, is the availability of FRK for rice. So 35 million tons is the total amount required of rice in the PDS. For that, 3.5 lakh tons of FRK is required. And until August, until the Honorable Prime Minister made an announcement, the installed capacity was only 90,000 tons. After that, within 2.5 months, people have gone for capacity expansion. New applications have come, new units have been set up. And today we are at 1.58 lakh tons of FRK capacity. We should be reaching 3.5 lakh tons is the requirement by 2024. So we are cruising along very comfortably. The availability of FRK should not really be a problem at all. Now we have to ensure on, we have to focus on ensuring quality. Should I finish? Achha. Okay. So now we have to focus on quality, and for that we are looking at the testing protocols, standardization of methods, the standards for FRK, increasing the number of labs which are available in the country. And I'm happy to share with you that NIFTEM is setting up a center for excellence on fortification, and we have requested them, apart from other things, to look at the double fortification of salt. Some research is required on that. As far as rice and oil and milk are concerned, there's no problem about the technique. But for double fortification of salt, we are still struggling. The protocols have not been finalized. There's the problem of discoloration. And NIN had done some very good work on that, but after that, no further research has taken place in the government setup. So we have requested NIFTEM to work on double fortified salts. And we have also requested NIFTEM to explore the possibility of fortified wheat kernels. We distribute wheat flour very rarely. Most states do not do it. We end up distributing wheat. So if there's some possibility of coming up with wheat kernels which are fortified, that would make life so much easier. Because the remaining 35% population who are wheat eaters, we still don't have a vehicle to reach out to them. So I would just like to reiterate at the end the FSSAI's support for fortification of food, and we have been promoting this for a long time through the Eat Healthy pillar of Eat Right India campaign. We'll continue to do so, and we truly hope that fortified foods will grow in the future and contribute towards ensuring nutritional security in the country. Thank you.
ऐसा क्यों किया गया कि इस सत्र के पहले ही आपने कहा कि कोई प्रश्न अलाउड नहीं? क्या पॉलिसी मेकर्स कहना नहीं चाहते, बताना नहीं चाहते, प्रश्नों के उत्तर नहीं देना चाहते, या समय का अभाव?
ये आगे जाकर बताएंगे, because this is the brief I got, but I do accept that there are points of view on this, and I would request both of them to receive suggestions which Ajay would be coordinating and sending it to them, so that it is still in the consideration of the government. So I will not be able to do this because both of them have to go back. That's another reason. Samay ka abhav hai. Please.
I just take 1 second. No question.
But we are in a session.
We are happy to listen to suggestions.
Sir, this is such an important scientific regulatory policy matter. We would have much appreciated and loved if the senior policy making people would have spared more time and been with us to listen to those who have spent decades of research work.
No, I totally agree with you. I have no disagreement with you. No, I cannot control their time.
I know that.
My problem is,
cannot impinge
I fully agree with you. Government should listen to people. I completely agree, and they are accountable to people. I have no disagreement. Ramesh, yeah, please. I am not getting into a debate. I am sorry. I am sorry.
It's the instead of this kind of policy making is I do, you participate. No scope of discussion.
No, this
we have
is
already
not.
decided it's going
Please.
So I do, you participate. That's the
Please listen. This is Ajay Jakar's. This is Mr. Jakar's conference. They have shortage of time, but they have agreed to listen or read what you people have as a difference of opinion. Now, whether they should engage with you in a debate is something that I would not insist on. It's not. Please, you are engaging with me in a debate now. Please.
Can I respond? Can I respond to?
Ramesh, otherwise you will not be able to speak. Ramesh Chand is available. As a friend, I can say that we can always approach him with any different point of view that you have. FSSAI, unfortunately, is limited in its role. It doesn't dictate policy. In fact, I would even argue that the FSSAI mandate probably says, if I remember correctly, that their mandate is to give you safe and wholesome food. So I'm not sure whether fortified falls in any of these two. I'm not sure. I'm leaving it open.
It falls in both.
It falls in both. My view would be doesn't fall in either.
Again,
the policy person.
I'm forced to speak here that FSSAI has been
pushing the industry for this without there being any policy, without there being any mandate.
Okay. Now, Ramesh.
So as Bharat Krishak Samaj program, everyone was given a program before you came here, and it'd be nice if you want to continue the program, you continue within the program. We are a farmers organization. We are not any riff-raff organization. We have a format. Please stick to it and enjoy the session.
Thank you, Ajay. In fact, this is not the only conversation. There will be more conversation around the subjects of food systems and nutrition. So you're all welcome to come and contribute there. But once you've agreed on a format, I have to stick to the format. Otherwise, you'll all be sitting here and none of us will have lunch. And as an ex-food secretary, I am a bit concerned about lunch.
Sir, there is another session after this, and their time is...
Ramesh, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you, moderator, Nand Kumarji. It is always a pleasure to participate in the session where you are moderating or chairing. It always gives me opportunity to scratch my head and look for inconvenient and difficult question, response to those kind of things. I could not be benefited from the participation of others. I see that many nutrition experts, I know Purnima and public policy experts like Shuniji, they participated. Friends, we are a democratic country. Everybody is entitled to his her views. As far as I'm concerned, I still can go to this extent that I'm willing not to speak and take the question. So it's not that we are afraid of anything or we are doing any fishy thing which we don't want to share with you. At least from Niti Yog side, I'm very clear, and maybe I will stay back after this for some time, and if time in this session doesn't permit, I would like to have your question. I feel one problem with policy making, it occurred to me after Ashwini ji and another friend raised this question, is that sometime maybe FSAI or Food Ministry do not fully explain the context to the public under which a particular policy is made or under which a particular decision is taken. So, Singhal Sahab, if you remember that day, even to the ministers, I told that we require a very nuanced approach. We should not feel that this thing, rice fortification, is a panacea or something. How we should approach it. There are so many things to it. So I would say that that it's important to share with you a little bit background and that nuanced approach which was discussed, but somehow impression goes as if this government is going just whole hog to benefit company, etc. Coming to the technical dimension, I will be very quick. I feel that the policy has to be nutrient specific. We cannot have same kind of policy for vitamin E, for vitamin D, or for iron. Because we also know that if you spend sufficient time under sun and do better physical work, you may not need vitamin D. You may get it from the nature itself. Vitamin A is another story and iron is another story. So why I supported fortification of rice, the reason has been that you look at that first, its severity is so serious. It is so widespread. And what concerns more is that over time, rather than coming down, it is increasing. And the increase is alarming between NFHS 4 and NFHS 5. You find that the incidence of anemia, which is direct result of iron deficiency in food, of course other reasons are also there. There is an increase in some cases by more than 50%. So if that is the case, where we are heading? So then we just looked at that. In my view, there are not 3, there could be 5 approaches to address it.
One is, of course, supplement, which I personally do not support. That is only in some cases where is a person, in my view, perennially sick, chronically sick kind of thing, that nothing in the nature can help to cure that kind of thing. Second is fortification. Third is biofortification. In my view, that is very, very important. People may differ with that. And fourth is awareness. And fifth is income. I know that there is incidence of anemia, there is incidence of even undernutrition, even among the top 20% population, but the incidence is much, much less compared to if you look at the bottom. So income also plays a role, but it does not imply that if you have enough income, you will cease to have this anemia or kind of thing. But certainly when there are multiple factors, single factor cannot account for 100% cure. So I feel that these are the 5 kind of approaches to address this problem of anemia. Why I supported fortification? 2-3 reasons. You know that there are 2 major food in India. One is cereal, another is milk. After that, of course, fruit, vegetable, so many other things. And dietary diversity, again, there are so many issues. Within food group, diversity is declining. But if you look at the inter-food group, diversity is increasing. You look at share of fruit and vegetable over time, it is increasing. You look at share of egg over time, it is increasing. Share of milk over time, it is increasing. So on one hand, one type of diversity is increasing. On the other hand, other type of diversity that within pulses, you find that chickpea share has increased. And within cereal, you find that rice and wheat share has increased like anything. And millets, which were certainly superior cereal, have been called historically inferior cereal. So wheat and rice for various reasons increase. So on this dietary diversity, what is happening, again, I would say that we can't just look at it in a simple way. There are different ways to look at it. If you look at overall, you will just find that it is increasing. So out of the 2 major food from where people draw major nutrition, you can add, okay, pulses is also important, but per capita availability of pulses is just 60 gram. And per capita intake and availability of cereals, depending upon which year we are talking, around 430 grams, sometimes it is 450. So even if protein content in wheat is 10%, rice it is 7%, you are consuming 6 to 7 times what is the consumption of pulses. So you will find that major nutrient of even protein will not come from pulses, it will come from cereal, though there could be certain type of protein which you may not get from cereal, they are available only from pulses. So what is happening, even for iron, even for calcium, you will find that cereal used to be the major source for Indian population. Now 2 disquiet trends are happening in case of cereal intake. One disquiet trend that over time per capita intake of cereal is declining. So which is a major food, the overall intake is declining. And that in case of some nutrient is not compensated by increase elsewhere. So this is a fact that, a number of eggs eaten by people have increased, per capita intake of milk has doubled, but milk might have compensated for decline in protein because of decline in per capita intake of cereal, but milk has not compensated for iron because milk hardly contain any iron. So this is one change. And consumer behavior of Indian consumer, there is no time to go into it. I think it is going to further decline. Now second disquiet trend in case of cereal, that composition of cereal has changed away from those cereal which were rich in iron and which were rich in other nutrient also. You all people know bajra, ragi, jawar, kodo, and all those millets, they were richer source of nutrient compared to wheat and rice. These two things in cereal, which is major food, are happening. The possibility of increasing nutrition density, though ICR has developed 30 varieties, but by the time you will see their production, it will take minimum 10 years. The possibility of improving nutrition through awareness, we all know how much time it takes to create awareness and then for people to follow that. And increasing income, again, it takes time. So based on this, I divided that our strategy for nutrition should be clearly short-term, medium-term, and long-term. I spotted, if Singhal Sahib remember, that for short-term, we should go for this fortification with rice, because in the short term, by the time we will come through other solutions, a generation will be gone. So we should not let the problem continue and a generation suffer from it. So as a short-term measure, as a temporary measure, I supported it. In the medium term, I supported biofortification because there are international experience. IFPRI has done a study that how through cassava and sweet potato, they are able to address some kind of deficiencies. But you need not necessarily go through genetically modified technology. There are traditional methods of improving nutrition in crops, and ICR has done in case of 30 varieties, even of millets, even of wheat, even of rice, where they have improved the nutrition, but that takes time. And increasing income of the people, that again takes time. So long-term goal should be that we quickly remove poverty, increase income of people so that they can afford to buy the food which are rich in nutrition, etc. Then awareness is also something which comes in the medium and long run, biofortified in the medium term, but in the short run, this particular thing I feel is important. Again, you look historically, whenever crisis arose, fortification has been done. I would say use of salt, sodium chloride is also a fortification. So why don't we use only natural food without sodium chloride? So we know what kind of problem will come in human body if we do not take a chemical called sodium chloride in our food. So I look at iron as an emergency measure, that when your house is on fire, you don't bother that if you extinguish fire with the water, the wood will get spoiled, termite will come, all those things will come. And you don't wait to paint your house better with fire-resistant things, use processed wood which is resistant to fire. Those are the long-run kind of things. Those are the things that later on you can do. But when house is on fire, you are justified in using water to extinguish fire. So this is how I describe the context for this iron. I feel that for vitamin A and vitamin D, we have much better options. One thing which is very important, that two factors determine nutrition. One is quantity, another is quality. Let's not forget quality. In the case of milk, though Nand Kumar ji has been with NDDB, I have serious concern about milk which is supplied by all that long process compared to if the milk supplier give you the milk purchased from village and you get that kind of thing. You see to it, if you are getting natural milk, I don't think you will have the deficiencies of vitamin A or this vitamin D, then that may not be there. So this quality aspect of milk is very, very important. I have some personal experiences. If time permit, we will see. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, complete.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, since we decided no questions, I'm closing it. Ramesh, did you really finish or did I interrupt you? On milk, we'll have a separate debate. I think we have to go back to Louis Pasteur and look at. You have 5 minutes. Ajay Jakar has a question. I think you should ask that question which you asked me in the morning. Ajay can, because that's a question which got postponed. So.
There is a question.
No, Ajay, no, that Dr. Sachdev said he will be willing to engage with you separately, so you can
we can
contact him
do
on
it separately, but I discussed it with Sainath Reddy ji, Nutrition Foundation of Srinath Reddy ji. No, I'm saying he is National Foundation of India ke chairman. He was also of the view that as a short-term strategy, this is something which is needed and justified. And he said this thing, you see, no two professionals agree. No two lawyers agree, no two dons agree, no two professionals agree. So we should respect it. Sachdeva Sahab, I respect your knowledge.
No,
I have heard you in other
He's willing to, fine.
Can we have a conceptual framework to decide which fortification, when, do it?
I think this was a question which came. Do we have a conceptual framework in government which looks at the pluses and minuses and the risks and everything else included, which then enables you to take a much more informed decision, is a question that he has been asking since morning.
Including underlying social and ecological
and
risks, benefits and ethical part of it. So if there is this is my suggestion.
No, very good suggestion, and I will respond to it. You see, in Niti Aayog, earlier I was looking both agriculture, food and nutrition. But now we have a medical doctor who is looking at health and nutrition. So official voice of Niti Aayog is through Dr. B.P. Pal. Before him, I gave a report on PDS and I made couple of recommendations, one of which was 5% of PDS supply must be of millet. You see, so you go for fortification as a last resort. If you can get something from the natural food, that is what we learn as a elementary kind of thing. So that's why I recommended that PDS we should use millets. They are cheaper, 1 rupee a kg. Rice is 3 rupee a kg, so price is 3 times. But states are not billing, except Karnataka, because they produce ragi. And FCI was so reluctant that we can't store it. It has a problem of storability. So we made some suggestion to them that we can tell you the way out, take requirement from the states, just buy and send it. You don't have to keep it in your buffer stock. We are not asking for that. So if we can think of those kind of things, PDS, etc., that is very good. But biggest problem is the nutrition and consumer behavior. I will give you one interesting example. There was a paper long back by Behrman and one more. There's a spice in my diet. He said, when you give extra money to a poor or child of a poor, he may not see nutrition deficiency as the most important unmet demand. His child or he himself may buy potato chips. He may buy something which is spicy, but not necessarily banana, not necessarily an apple. So it is a behavioral kind of issue also, that if you slightly increase the income, whether it will matter to change the nutrition. After all, they also want to have those kind of. So Behrman gave a very nice title, there's a spice in my diet. So that was the reason when I did a study that in India, after reforms, poverty declined, but nutrition did not improve. FAO was not willing to accept it, and they asked me to look for answer in the literature. So then I got this study and one study of 19th century by a Bengali economist, where they explained that why increasing income alone, you cannot address undernutrition and malnutrition. It's a complex issue.
Ramesh, just one question I have permitted.
Sir, it's very unfair that I'm being allowed this question in the House. It's
No,
not,
it's
but
okay,
I'm going to take my chance.
Yeah,
See, both
sure.
of you are making, sir, an assumption. I'm speaking technically that this is effective. Whereas in the session of the experts that you were not attending, we were making the point that it is not effective enough for the cost that we are paying as a country to do this, and it's irreversible. You said short-term, reversible, temporary. It is not, sir. What is going to do the production mechanism is irreversible. And so one specific point to FSSAI, you raised the point of obesity, very important issue. Junk food is one of the major causes of malnutrition in our country, amongst the poorest of the poor, and anemia. But FSSAI is going out of its way to dilute standards for front of package labeling for high sugar, high fat, and high. I mean, I really feel that, you know, there is no policy making agency for nutrition today that supersedes the FSSAI and the ministries at a decent level where some conversation can happen. Just the fact that we are so desperate to converse with you here is testament to that point, that we are not getting this opportunity to speak on nutrition from all points of view. We need that, and please open your doors, FSSAI, to engage with others apart from the conflict of interest story. That's all I want.
I would like to clarify that this story about diluting standards for FOPL is rather dated. There was a standard, we came out with a draft notification which has been jettisoned now. So that whole approach has been completely given up. We have given a study to IIM Ahmedabad to talk to Indian consumers. They'll talk to about 20,000 consumers. It's a controlled trial study. And they will give us some recommendations about what form of FOPL to adopt. And accordingly, we'll go to the number of categories and the thresholds. So this story about thresholds being changed is completely old. It's been given up completely. So it's completely contrary to facts.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's a clarification. So I am taking 3 takeaways from this meeting. One is Ramesh Chand assures me this is short term, and I'm going to hold you down on that.
What is short term?
Well, government short term is different from our short term, so I suppose
some years we must have.
he won't be able to, I don't know. Short term normally to me is 5 years, but anyway, it could be 7. By their own definition, it is 3, 7, and 15. But anyway, it's okay. I'm just saying that it's short term. Mr. Singhal has assured that the rice fortification is right now at the PDS, so it's not going to be mandated for everyone who doesn't eat PDS rice. Yeah, okay. So I suppose we stay there. And the third is that I don't think they're going to touch millets for the time being, which should be some takeaway. Just a small anecdotal thing for Ramesh. You know, when I was food secretary, I pushed a lot of these millets through the FCI in spite of storage problems. So once in a district in Maharashtra, which we gave millets compulsorily 2 kilos or 3 kilos, there was a big hangama. So I had to go down to that district and see why they are not accepting any of the, because they are Java rating people. I mean, it's not difficult. So I met a lady in a fair price shop and I told her, millets are good for you. Why don't you take this? He said, "Aap Delhi se aaye na saab. Itne achhe hai to aap kha lo, humko kyun de rahe ho?" So this is the dilemma. So rice and wheat has unfortunately become aspirational. Basmati has become aspirational. And luckily, millets have come back to the rich man's plate. And as Bharat Krishak Samaj and as a well-wisher of Bharat Krishak Samaj, I would be very happy to see millets in rich men's plates because that will give them a better income. Thank you very much. I am closing this session with that optimistic note.
So we've all decided to advance Diwali by a week, it seems, and I have the responsibility of moderating the next session, which is going to be perhaps even more tempestuous and therefore filled with fireworks than the last one. Can I invite to the stage a very eminent panel now? Subodh Jindal ji, who's the president of All India Food Processors Association. Dr. Arun Gupta, who's the central coordinator of the Breastfeeding Promotion Network of India, and also someone who's been very closely involved with issues of conflict of interest in India, particularly in the food and nutrition sector. Deepika Sahani, who's a lawyer, from the Human Rights Law Network, and we're really hoping to hear some of her experiences because besides being a lawyer, she's had her primary career has been that of running self-help groups of women in Maharashtra who are involved in the nutrition work on the ground with public programs. And we have Mr. Sameer Saxena from GCMMF, General Manager. He's Assistant General Manager at GCMMF. Amul, and I must say that institution and most of us hold in very deep regard, and I have a conflict of interest because Amul funded my education actually, because I'm from Irma. So I'm declaring my conflict of interest before that. So thank you very much for the panel. Let me start with Subodhji. We have a hard stop at 2:30 because it's 1 hour, right? And maybe 2:25 or so. So we'll keep our comments as crisp as possible and allow for audience questions and interactions. So let's start with 5 minutes each. To each panel, I'll give a reminder when you are close to your limit. So Subodhji, over to you.
Thanks, Patnaik. Learned speakers, participants. My greetings to everyone. And I would like to heartily thank the organizers for giving this opportunity to me. I'm a food processor for 42 years and currently hold the responsibility of the President of All India Food Processors Association, the largest apex organization in the country, established in 1943 by visionary pioneers to put the Indian agro-food sector on a scientific platform. We can imagine that the Ministry of Food Processing Industry was set up in 1988, that is 45 years after this association was established. And we were the people, I mean, my predecessors, maybe 3 generations before, who actually worked with the government Department of Food to make a long-term planning of where we want to see the food, the packaging, the supply chain, the consumer requirements tomorrow. The association dedicates to this growth story in all segments and at all levels. We cover almost, as they say, 1 crore, food units in the country at large, small, medium, micro levels. Friends, I was very happy to participate in today's discussions and hearing all learned speakers. We stick to fortification today. I think this is a subject which has taken us all by enthusiasm, and it is apparent that there are concerns, there are research results, there are economic factors, there are social and ethnic factors which show the way otherwise. As industry is the doing arm of the society, I would like to put the viewpoint which is not idealistic or theoretical, which is purely practical and doable. Now, let me say that all said and done, whether fortification has helped in the past, whether it will help in the future, what is the short term as defined by the officials, how much they expect from it, what will be the result or the process of setting up those FRK units, and how will the premix come from, which companies in Europe they will supply this, how will the carter be set up to extract from India, and then those fortification companies, they have to further supply the rice to a few thousand Indian rice units which lie in the MSME sector. So how much control they will yield on us and tomorrow on the national food policy? These are all very serious questions. and it is not assured, or rather the indication is on the other side, that all these issues and impetus comes from certain global organizations. So, from the industrial viewpoint, I may think that some sectors of the large industry will benefit from this. Fine. But they are just 20-30 in the country. The MSCs are 20-30 lakhs. The ratio is 1:2 lakh. And my association, though it represents the entire segment from large MNC to the bottom, our heart still talks about those lakhs and lakhs and maybe a crore, as the predecessor of Mr. Singhal said, the FSSI chairman, at 1.5 crores in the country. So who worries for them? The 20 MNCs, the large Indian, the Tatas or anybody else we named today, we have named them in the previous sections, will benefit. The people who will supply that specialized machinery will benefit. The government's figure is that if you want to do fortification of rice to crush powder, add the premix and the binding for making the kernels again. Okay. So let's take the debate forward. This will need 3 to 5 crores rupees of machinery. Who will give the thousands of MSME rice manufacturers in the country that kind of a sum? It is very serious and open issue. Let's not just, say that the government has decided. Well, government has decided on certain, discussions, but even Chandrayaan has a course correction. It can be done, right? So please, after you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Deepika ji. Now, Deepika ji, we've had a perspective now from industry. Often industry is somebody that you have battled on the ground, even the MSME sectors in your life when you were running all these self-help groups and providing supplemental nutrition. So from the perspective of where you come from, how do you see this moving forward? 5 minutes.
Thanks, Biraji. Though I agree that nutritional security is to be prioritized, but my question is, do we need technology to do it? As Biraj said, that we had already faced a battle in Maharashtra. I'll call it battle because it is continuously going on since 1996 till date, and we have not succeeded in anything over there, and the experience is very bad, and it is not even beneficial to the beneficiaries who are supposed to get benefited through this entitlements which have been given to them for their benefits. Is the technology necessary? Like, when I was born, I was fed with mashed apples, which were being mashed with a spoon. So are we suffering with any deficiency? Yes. But the kids who were born thereafter, my son was fed with apple-based Cerelac. So has it benefited him? In no ways. So how do we say that technology will benefit the nutrition levels of children? On the contrary, the technology which is being used for manufacture of the food entitlements for the kids is very wrong. And I'll just take you through the experience in Maharashtra to prove it. And the scheme was started because Supreme Court said that the schemes are necessary to increase the nutrition levels, as well as mothers need to be involved. Why the need for mothers? Mothers' need was there that it has to be locally produced. Like Ramesh Chandji right now said that when milk is supplied directly from the local dairy, it is more nutritious than the packet milk. Similarly, that same viewpoint was there. Okay, when locally produced food is supplied in the local Anganwadis, it will be more nutritious. But the government introduced through sly media, fortification and extrusion was introduced in the ICDS supplies. In 2009, when the government said that fortification is needed, and for fortification, precision in equipment is needed, and for precision, machinery is needed. And for the vitamins, proteins, soybean is needed, and for soybean, as soybean cannot be used directly in the product, extrusion is needed. So it was indirectly introduced, and as machinery was needed, automation directly came into picture, and this whole process started from 2009, and we are fighting the conflict of interest in this from 2009 onwards till now. And Maharashtra had a centralized system of procurement of THR, that is take-home ration and the ICDS supplies in 2009, which even went more wrong because as Supreme Court had directed and there was a preferential treatment being given to Mahila Mandals, fake Mahila Mandals entered the fray to capture the market, and they did it so slyly that the whole state supply went to 3 contractors, and the experience was very bad. And after that, when it was challenged, the Supreme Court again said that that is the system which is required, as precision zero infection is required. And self-help group need to be equipped with all the equipments. So as Mr. Jindal rightly said, who will fund the MSME sector? So when MSME, which is an industry sector, and self-help group belong to the lower strata of the society who come together for some economic independence, so who will fund the self-help group? That is a moot question. And there has been no funding despite NRLM and all the schemes going on. For the nutrition scheme infrastructure, there is no funding by the government or any NGO. All the NGOs who benefit are like Akshay Patra, who benefit through corporate funding, but the grassroots SHGs who are involved in nutrition supplies are not benefiting by any schemes or anyone. So how can they meet the cost of infrastructure and simultaneously maintain quality standards, as quality food is the main priority of all the nutrition schemes?
Thank you very much, Deepika. And I think we moved from small scale industry, MSME, to the very micro self-help groups, and it's a good segue to bring in the cooperative sector in India, which has been the mainstay, in a sense, of many industries, many food-based industries, including the dairy industry. The huge boost that came with the White Revolution and Operation Flood, and subsequently in oilseeds and so on. So, Subhoji, can you give us your view on this?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of 3.6 million farmers associated with Amul Group and GCMMF, I thank Bharat Krishak Samaj to give us, that they have given us an opportunity to express our views here. I'll speak upon a few points which have not been discussed or deliberated so far. Just forgive me for my gift of gab. I was very happy that all the speakers, my predecessors, were speaking with the A4 size page, but I'm more comfortable with a chit, as has been the hardcore habit of using these in the exams. But I never used to get good marks, and so I think I will do the same here in this house also. One thing, what is the fuss about adding vitamin A or D to the milk? What is the fuss? I can tell you that the chemical formula of vitamin A manufactured in a factory and that existing in fruits and vegetables which are in the natural form is exactly same. Then what is the fuss, and why is the fuss about of not adding or fortifying the milk or any other food which we are talking about, whether it is vitamin A or D? So being a dairy chemist by profession and by my education also, I'm also been given a chance of and the responsibility of developing new products for Amul. So whenever I develop a new product, I go deep into the ingredients and I ask the vendors to give me the certificate of analysis and all the detailed technical specifications about the ingredient which I have to use. So when the question of fortification of vitamin A and D in milk came, and I called upon a few companies, and I used to ask them about not only the technical details but also the process flow chart by which the vitamin A is being manufactured in the factory. So you will be surprised. I think you must have seen the process flow chart of how vitamin A is manufactured in a factory. None of the companies shared with their process flow chart with me. I had to dig it out, and if I show you the process, it is a tuning fork structure flow chart where the base molecule comes from citral. Probably we as Indians would be always at the mercy of the imports of citral when the companies in India are manufacturing vitamin A from that precursor. Leave that apart, but if you look to the process flow chart, you'll find dangerous chemicals like concentrated sulfuric acid, paraformaldehyde, Grignard's reagent. These are the chemicals which are being used to crystallize that vitamin A molecule, and it is exactly the same which is existing in the amorphous form in fruits and vegetables. Now, what is the problem alone with that crystallized molecule? See, this, whatever fortification is being asked us to do, we'll be adding only a loner molecule of vitamin in the milk. Okay? So what about its precursors or provitamins, which they are there in the natural form, or the cofactors or the coenzymes or the support system or the transport system, and also the bioflavonoids which are present in the natural form when you are taking carotenoids, but they are not there in this chemically manufactured vitamin A. It is a loner molecule, and if this goes inside the body, it will search for its functioning participants or the colleagues. So if the molecule doesn't have, it will chelate from our body, from our bones, or from our physiological system, and will create some other deficiency in the body. Another more important aspect about the vitamin A being manufactured in the companies is that whatever is manufactured in a factory is a crystal. It is in a crystalline form, and the one existing in the fruits and vegetables, it is an amorphous form. And all of you who know much about chemistry and nutrition would agree that with the change in physiology which has already happened, that we are the lifestyle we are now living in, that we are always in the ACs and all, our body temperature is going down, and our body is not in a position now to dissolve that crystal of vitamin A when it is ingested in the body, because it requires more energy as compared to amorphous same molecule which is present in the natural forms. So these are the two things which we had. People have been talking about toxicity, that there will not be toxicity if we fortify different foods like the milk or the atta or the oil, because the suggested rate of addition for fortification is say 1/3 in all the foods, so it will not lead to toxicity. But more important than toxicity we should talk about is exposure. See, milk, these are all staples. We consume it day in and day out. I have been drinking milk since birth, and still today I drink milk.
So it is a staple. And even if we think that these rate of additions of fortification will not be toxic, but it is giving me a big exposure throughout my life. Till I am alive, I will be taking that milk which is fortified. So or it is not at a toxicological level, but it is giving me an exposure which is more dangerous than toxicity. Nobody is talking about exposure here. If at all that manufactured vitamin A in the factory works in our body, so what will happen? That you are spoon feeding our physiology with preformed vitamin A. It means these are the only two, vitamin A, though they are vital amines, vitamin A and D both can be generated or manufactured by our own physiology, depending upon the genetics, the BMI, the age, and all the demographies and all the sections of life. Okay, there are smokers in our society. There are immune compromised people. So this universal fortification of milk or any other food is going to all sections of society, which they may or may not require. So if these vitamins, preformed vitamins, are fed to the body, then our physiology will become dormant to manufacture vitamin A from beta carotene, which is the precursor. It happens if I abstain from consuming milk for 10 years, I'll lose that capacity of digesting milk or the lactose which is present in the milk. See, so if we are doing fortification or we are fortifying any food, we are giving preformed vitamin A which will suppress our own physiology to generate vitamin A from the precursors. And that's what, see, WHO and FAO says that it is better to fortify any food with its precursors than with the preformed vitamins. So we have to give it a thought to all the things which I have said. Thank you very much.
I think that's a very, very informed view from somebody who spent a lifetime working with farmers as a farmers producers organization. So Arun, it's quite clear that small industry doesn't want it. The cooperative movement in India is resistant. The SHGs and women producing on the ground have spoken up. So what are some of the links that you see coming from global pressures or coming from domestic pressures of large industry which are leading to this situation? What are the kinds of conflict of interest should we be wary of when we look at this issue?
Thank you, Ajay ji, for organizing this and inviting me. Thank you, Biraj, for moderating. First thing I want to tell you, maybe I have to stop this packaged milk from tomorrow. That means
no, we are not Mother Dairy fortifies, okay. Amul doesn't fortify.
Okay, so I'm lucky bit. But I thought that any packaged milk is now being fortified. Anyway, but coming to the whole discussion since morning where we try to agree on something and try to disagree also on certain things. I mean, one of the things which has not come into is the data of the young children. 1 out of 6 children in India get to eat sufficient, so-called sufficient, diverse food in India, right? And this number has not grown with the pace with which we are talking in this room today. And I am wondering what led Niti Aayog to look for. Niti Aayog admitted in its own statement that I'll just quote, disturbingly, we have underperformed on nutrition indicators, and every 5th child is wasted, every 3rd child is stunted. This is a statement from Niti Aayog when they published about Prime Minister's statement. And I'm just wondering, as I heard the Niti Aayog, FSSAI, what led them to this decision of a short term, which could be turned into a short term decision for these young children, where the malnutrition sets in and it continues. It doesn't go back. So we, जैसे कहते हैं कि आपने गाड़ी पकड़नी थी, छूट गई, तो वो छूट गई पहले साल में. तो ये हो रहा है कंट्री में और 30 सालों से देख रहे हैं. 30 साल मैंने इसलिए बोला, in first time in my history of following nutrition for last 35 to 40 years, I am a pediatrician, it's the first time data shows increase in undernutrition, increase in obesity, increase in
underweight, stunting, and wasting by 1% and obesity by more than 2%. This is the first time, right? First time in the history of 30 years, I have witnessed breastfeeding rates have fallen. So this is what we do to support nutrition in the country. So that's the context which I'm talking. I'll now talk about a little bit of the processes which have been used to reach fortification. So Joseph Stiglitz once defined governance, the Nobel person, Nobel laureate. How decisions are made in whose interest? That is precisely the definition of governance. Now what happened here? We had a national consultation in 2015 or 16 on nutrition. That consultation did not recommend fortification as a key strategy. Right? After that, there is no consultation in this country. That led to a national nutrition strategy hanging on the website of Niti Aayog. Anybody can download. Right? So one of the key principles, it has some guiding principles. So I'll focus on the conflict of interest principle. The guiding principle in that strategy says the policy development, the program implementation must be transparent, open to public scrutiny, kept free from conflicts of interest with safeguards, which includes participation in representation on policy development meetings. But it seems to me, while developing the policy of fortification, both Niti Aayog and probably, both FSSAI and probably Niti Aayog have thrown that particular principle into the dustbin. Why I'm saying so? Let me give you some facts. And the process also, within this whole development of the national nutrition strategy, which includes fortification, no doubt, to address it as a part of the other, all the things which we agreed this morning, diverse diet and other areas, dealing with health, dealing with infections, everything we require, which Vandana very clearly mentioned about which side we are going. Suddenly, in 2018, we have a India at 75 strategy from Niti Aayog. Now it has fully given importance to fortification. In the nutrition section, you see fortification goes on the top of the business. Who decided? No consultations. So few people decided, which we have known in the meeting so far, that either one person, two person, this man, this woman. That's why my question of creating so it's my suggestion, we must create a conceptual framework which should lead to such decisions which go away from the broader nutrition strategy, which is fortification. So that's now giving the details of the factual information on the conflict of interest, which the policy has been thrown into dustbin. Food Fortification Center, developed in the 2016, was attended by none other than Bill Gates. Now, I am not surprised with the representative from the GAIN says conflict of interest is a misnomer, because Gates Foundation led to the distortion of the very definition of conflict of interest in the global world, in which trust each other was the principle. So they distorted the definition, which went around into all nutrition frameworks in the UN as well as other organizations. But coming to this, the Food Fortification Initiative says on its website that we work with GAIN, Food Fortification Nutrition International, Tata Trust. They all defeat the National Nutrition Strategy conflict of principle, because one by one I can tell you, this is the key player, these are the key players. The World Food Program, funded by General Mills, Yum, Cargill, and is a co-convener of Scaling Up Nutrition Business Network called SBN in particular, which is a 400 member company scaling up nutrition business network. World Food Program is the co-convener and GAIN is the other convener. GAIN is funded by DSM, Unilever, Hershey, Arla Foods, and so on. Africa Improved Foods, Mars, BASF, Nutrition International, funding from Gates Foundation, DSM, BASF. This is the Roche actually who sold out everything on nutrition to DSM, and now DSM is the major player in selling nutrients to the world. Food Fortification Initiative. Partners include Cargill, GAIN, Nutrition International, BASF, again combinations, and Tata Trust has already been spared. Tata has its own interest in Tata Chemicals building into fortification. So these are the facts of nutrition. But I would like to mention about the fact which Vandana asked about. Again, how the other policy, the food labeling policy. Now look at the companies which are sitting in the stakeholder meeting: Coca-Cola, Dabur, Haldiram, Kellogg, Mondelez, General Mills, Nestle, Danone, PepsiCo, Marico, HUL, and 22, right? So now this is where we stand on conflict.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. I mean, irrespective of whether we'd like to believe that there is active collusion or not, the facts really speak for themselves. And perhaps most crucially, what you brought out is the fact that there has been no framework which has been agreed upon which overturns the National Nutrition Framework that was drawn up with public consultation, where fortification does not find a place. So this absence of consultation, which seems to be a hallmark, and disrespect for public views, which is the hallmark of the current government, whether it's on farmers' protests or something like fortification, seems to be coming to bite us again in the back. So I'll open the floor for discussions. Please keep your comments and questions brief. We will start with Sameerji in the response in the reverse order. And please keep it brief because, please, after this, take a round and then we'll give you a minute each. So let's do that. I was also in the Right to Food movement, as you know. So it's not just the former Secretary Nand Kumarji, but we have lunch waiting. So please keep it brief. Questions, comments?
I have one question.
Please.
Yes, as an ex-chairman of NDDB, I'm very surprised that Mother Dairy has fallen into this trap. Can you explain? And also, I believe Karnataka, various other states. I mean, what went wrong?
Sir, we had...
Or what went right?
Actually, sir, you had left as chairman of NDDB, and we had all discussed it with the next chairman, Dr. Dilip Rath, sir, and to Mr. Minesh also. But probably somehow they could not rightly get what we were trying to say them.
Thank you.
So my question for Sameer sir on this milk fortification, like as sir has said that almost all of the cooperatives are fortifying and just not Amul. And I was listening to your discussion as well, so I did not understand that your comprehensions are with the fortification or the source of vitamin used.
As I said that even the WHO and FAO says that if you really want to fortify any food for vitamin A, it should be carotene.
Yes, sir.
Because then both you will get vitamin A and our physiology also will be right.
Yeah.
Okay, it will be functioning. Otherwise, we'll be again then dependent on the companies for the spoon-fed vitamins, which sir has just mentioned.
Sir, I understand.
Okay.
Like
So
I
we
agree
have
with
been-
you
we have
on
been
this.
propagating that you come out with composite foods like mango lassi. दही के अंदर पूरा विटामिन बी कॉम्प्लेक्स है, मैंगो से विटामिन ए मिल गया.
सच तो मिल्क में भी अपने आप विटामिन है ऑलरेडी.
मैडम कितना?
But
let's take, please. We can't.
Yeah,
have
so
a
I just
bilateral
wanted
discussion.
to understand, like you were talking about toxicity of it, but the fortified value. So far, I've understand the given fortified regulatory guidelines by FSSAI only met like 15% of our daily requirement, just 15% of the daily requirement. So I did not understand this toxic
That's what I covered
point.
with the importance of exposure over the toxicity. Okay, that is more dangerous. Exposure is more dangerous than toxicity. Okay, we are talking about only toxicity nowadays.
Okay. I have Ajay ji in the room. Anybody else? Okay. After
So, Arunji, you talked about conflict of interest of companies funding civil society, which is not only prevalent in food, but it's prevalent in so many other sectors. And similarly, Food Safety Authority having corporate houses in labeling guidelines. So, are you against corporates in labeling guidelines, or are you for having other consumer organizations, other organizations in that committee? So, are you proposing that the private sector which has the labels should not be in the committee, or others like you, or I would say even Bharat Krishak Samaj, or representatives of consumer organizations being in that committee? So which of the two is it?
So I propose that for the table which develops a policy, so for the to be regulated should not be on that table. On that table, which develops the policy, right? For implementation, they should be invited by FSSAI or any part of the government. They should have interaction, listen to them. And for the policy, I think a wider section of people now, for example, on food labeling, the 5 consumer groups, 22 industry are on the state, right? Nobody else. I don't see, there's a WHO is there, but I don't see people represented there in terms of, other than those 5 consumer organizations, in terms of nutrition, in terms of non-communicable disease, in terms of Ministry of Health is not there even, right? So I am not against the corporate sector's existence. I am against the policy development being met by the help of corporate sector, which has an interest, direct interest also.
Absolutely. Fair point. Here and then Dr. Sajdev.
Yeah, Dr. Gupta, recently we have seen this corona time, we have our own traditional knowledge of like milk with this haldi. And there were so many things, kada and all this. There were some ill effect also. So we don't have any proper study of it. So how can we allow all these things?
No,
I think
can't answer
that is
question.
no, that is not for us.
I am
that
not
is not for
expert.
this panel.
No,
that
no,
is
no,
not for
no.
this panel.
No, no, no,
We are
no,
not
no,
going to take
no.
that. We are not going to take kada, corona, milk. Dr. Sajdev, please.
I think it connects with what Arun was saying about the concept of the conceptual framework. And in this process, from whatever we got from the engagement with the FSSAI and the Niti Aayog, the process doesn't seem to have involved people knowledgeable in nutrition or who have spent a lifetime of research in nutrition going along there, what to talk of conflict of interest. So the people who come have to be knowledgeable in that subject, selected in a transparent manner is what I would like to suggest to take you, because these are things which take a whole generation they will be involving. Although it is said it is a short-term and emergency firefighting, the same thing was said for vitamin A prophylaxis program. Same thing for thyroid. It is a iodine. It was supposed to be a big success, but do people know that almost 1 in 3 or 1 in 2 household is suffering from hypothyroidism, which is related to iodine excess? Has anyone ever considered, or has it been tapered down? None of that. The FSSAI chair mentioned I am in the fortification panel. I am simultaneously in the CNNS panel, which is deciding on vitamin A, and he was absolutely right. There is no convergence between the departments to decide what is going on with the pharmacological supplement. So it's a very important and a valuable thought if someone wants to listen to this conceptual framework.
Even the safety studies for addition of vitamin A and D in the milk, I think, has not been done in India so far.
Yeah.
This is what I understand from the nutrition.
But as Ramesh Chandji from the Niti Aayog said, they have consulted a cardiologist on these issues, as he himself admitted. Yes, exactly. So, yes. So I would now request all of you to give a minute each, but just a minute, so that we have a more informed discussion, and then if time permits, we can have another round of question answers. So let's start with Sameerji and then.
No,
go
I
in
think
the reverse.
I have already covered everything. One technological issue which we will definitely face if the milk is to be fortified mandatorily is that the yardstick which has been given is that since we tone down the milk to various fat levels like standardized milk 4.5, toned is 3.5 and double toned is 3.5. Since you have removed the fat, that's why the fat soluble vitamin A and D are deficient in these milks, so you add. So if I do that, it will entail a process called homogenization. People are not talking about the cost of the homogenization, leave aside the cost. They say only 3 to 4 paisa per liter of milk, but there is 12 paisa to 16 paisa for homogenizing per liter of milk. That is nobody is talking about. But if I homogenize the standardized milk and the toned milk, you know, all walks of life, the families of all these stratas of economic strata, they are buying milk with their own paying capacity. Okay, and everybody, every household lady would like to harvest the cream which comes out of the her pail and then make her own ghee at home. So if I have to add this vitamin mandatorily in standardized milk and toned milk, then I have to homogenize it, and I'll be depriving all these household ladies for that aspect. Okay. One more thing I just wanted to add to Dr. Gupta, what he was saying is that if we take a leaf out of what US FDA is doing, is that it is not the food safety department which decides about the MRLs of the toxicants, whether it is acrylamide, which they have recently come out with their potable drinking water, and aflatoxins or melamine. It is the EPA which does it for them. And for this supplementation, it is the nutrition department is the right department who has to suggest it to the regulator that what should be the levels and how one has to do it. Yeah, thank you.
Can I? Please. All right. I just want to, because I don't want to add on further, but to alert the House. We are going to see an indiscriminate use of an enrichment of foods, which lead to marketing and consumption of ultra-processed foods is going to increase, which is already increasing. In last 10-15 years, it's threefold, and you are going to see more and more. And the risks of ultra-processed food consumption are very well known to heart disease, to diabetes, to cancers, and everything. So, positioning them as a cure and prevention of malnutrition, these foods are going to be flooded in the market. So these companies are not just interested in your only oil or milk. They ultimately is the concept of fortification. The fortified foods have to be in the market. That's how the market benefits, number one. Now I'm going to suggest a couple of solutions, which I'm sure one of them, conceptual framework, seems to be very well accepted. But the other one, which in the morning session, the first session with the dietary diversity, which you also, Purnima, suggested, and then Vandana, that we need a dietary assessment of an individual child, even as on today, if not in national survey, that 1 out of 6 child doesn't get to eat well. Why can't we do a dietary assessment and support the intake of the rest of the food for that child? Can't this be an emergency? Can't we take it on an emergency basis than a fortification which involves whole technology? This is food. Brazil probably did it like this. Buy local foods, give it to people, zero hunger has to be met with like this, and create a food-based dietary guideline. So dietary guideline should be food-based, not technology-based. Conceptual framework all said, and last point I want to make, we should in the national survey define and count the nourishment. What we are focusing today on stunting, wasting, anemia, this, that, and trying to find solutions in micronutrients today. The whole debate about, because started from rice in iron and iron in rice, is the issue that if we restrict ourselves, reframe the battle of malnutrition in a way that we define what is normal nourishment, what is overnourishment and what is undernourishment. And we collect data on that and just fill the gaps. If the child is undernourished, not getting the proper nourishment or overnourished, we should try to get that data which probably matches the dietary survey which Purnima
Arun,
and others
I think
suggested.
I'll
I'm done.
No, I'm saying just before I hand it over to Subodhji, I think it's quite clear that the other trend and on which there can be consensus with everybody in the room, whether it's the international organizations, the UN, or researchers across the board, that the evisceration of our data architecture on nutrition, it's not just in the nutrition sector, but the manner in which this government has, done away with our entire data architecture, which was deeply respected globally, whether it is on GDP numbers, whether it's on unemployment, whether it's on nutrition, and now on farmers' incomes, the data is not being made public. And a lot of the data that is being collected by the government is being held close to the chest by Niti Aayog and others. So I think this recommendation also, that by not giving out the numbers and not studying and acknowledging the problem, you are not going to solve the problem. There is only so much that Jumla will take you to, and surely nutrition is not a topic that can be dealt with this way. Subodhji, and then we'll end with
Thank you
Deepika
very
ji.
much. Just reflect back on the Niti Aayog work, because I get the opportunity to participate in a lot of government meetings as the head of this organization, and we contribute very effectively there. Probably what happened was that when the Honorable Prime Minister asked Niti Aayog to give them a solution for nutrition, malnutrition, so they thought of a quick fix recipe, and that's what came out. Okay. Secondly, the point of consultation, as industry with 40 years of being in it, I know how things are decided in meetings. FSSAI gives a 250-page agenda 2 days, 3 days before the meeting, and they want the association to interact with the entire food industry in the country and come out with a well thought of suggestion. And then even after you do that and give the suggestion, they don't minute it. And then at the end of it, whatever comes out is a pre-decided thing. So where is the larger consultation, as Devasab said, with the people who've spent their lives on research, or with people from the industry? There are people in the industry who've got technical expertise on the ground level for 30, 40, 50, 60 years. They don't want to take off that. And then if you see a list of the people who form the FSSAI, you will be shocked to find that real food technologists, food experts, nutrition people, or the composite food understanding people are not there with them. Okay, that's one thing. Third thing, it is very clear that there is a huge global lobby behind fortification. A year back, a team came from Australia. They met us also. They met the government, they met different ministries, and they met FSSAI, that they want to do a research survey in some backward regions of Jharkhand and Odisha to study the dietary habits of Indians. And when they told that to me, I said, why do you want to go and study there? And 6 people have come. You are staying in a 5-star hotel. You will be in India for 2 months. Who is paying for that? And by chance, one of them said that it is a study. These people were from the Georgia University in Australia. That this study has been given to us by the Pharma Association of United States. And what are they going to develop is, they will make a survey report, they will give it to WHO, they will give it to the ministry and the Niti Aayog, and that will make the basis for certain decision. And they are developing substitutes for salt, substitutes for sugar, substitutes for certain proteins, and that is what they want to make the basis for. So we have to be very cautious. We have to all think together. it is a national cause. And even if the bureaucracy is doing wrong and they are learned, officers, that's fine. I take it as a honor that we have learned bureaucracy. But then if they are not making the right decisions, it is for all of us to stand up and
So I
stand up
think
and say.
that's a useful caution, and thank you for bringing that on. Deepika ji,
I'll just put in 3 points. As we saw in the morning and heard from the Secretary, Food and Public Distribution himself, that the pilot project of rice fortification has been a failure. And despite being aware of the failure, they are continuing all across India. Similarly, the processed food supply, which is ongoing, and it's a constant project since decades across India, and the government is well aware that it has been a failure. Analysis reports across India show that the impact of fortification and technology has been nil in the processed food. Then too it continues, and as Dr. Sajdev rightly said, that there is conflict of interest, and Niti Aayog panel on nutrition has manufacturers and fortification manufacturers also on the panel on nutrition, so they look out for their benefits while deciding policies. And it's really very sad that 2021 started with a government guideline which comes in, which neglects the nutritional standards required, but it asks for GFR guidelines and CVC guidelines to be implemented while procurement of take-home ration. Instead of looking out for hygiene standards or quality standards, they ask for stringent norms. And they go ahead in June 2021, they denotify the supplementary nutrition rules, which again will benefit the manufacturers and not the beneficiaries. So what I feel is that the government is moving not in direction of nutrition security from food security, but it is moving in the direction of profit security and economic fortification of the big manufacturers. So this needs to be stopped if we have to benefit the real beneficiaries and not the manufacturers.
okay.
Thanks.
So I'll just give half a minute, huh?
Half
a minute, absolutely.
You see, we as an industry chamber have got detailed studies on which NGOs are working in India to support these policy formations and how many millions of dollars they get from abroad, from the Melinda Gates and the others. Unless we go to the depth, to the root cause, government will continue to take these wrong decisions because that is what the origin is.
Okay.
So believe me, we all this discussion will have no progress.
So
Thank you.
And it's too rich a discussion for me to summarize or try to summarize, especially when it comes in the way of lunch. So I would just say that being in this space for more than 20 years, the more things change, they remain the same. And in fact, in many instances that we have seen now, they have gotten much worse than they should be. If we want to be a aspiring superpower, Vishwa Guru, call it whatever you want to, we cannot continue like this. You cannot have public policy making that is hostage to so many factors that have been brought out here. And let's hope that this seminar, very grateful to Ajay ji for organizing this and to Bharat Krishak Samaj, that this is a small step in reopening the dialogue, because the spaces for dialogue were completely closed, not because of COVID, but because of mindset issues on the other side. And I think it's very, very important, and kudos to you for bringing together some very, very senior voices from across the ideological spectrum, from government, from civil society, from researchers to UN agencies. So kudos to BKS. I'll now end this session and hand over to Mr. Nankumar. So please.
Ajay, you want to say something? Ashok? No? I thought Ashok Dalwai would have something to say. Anyway, I won't take too long. I think you can ask the food to be warmed up. By the time it's done, I'll finish. Well, first let me compliment Ajay Jakar for his ability to bring diverse opinions into one room. And also, in fact, in the morning he told me, watch out for some fist fights. So I said, no, that will not happen. In fact, I think Deepa also had that fear at some point. There'll be decibels problem in the room, but I'm very happy that we are able to converse in a very civilized manner and also agree to disagree mostly, but also to agree sometimes, which is a great thing. So Ajay, keep continuing this effort. Of course, since he's a typical farmers organization, I think me, Ashok Dalwai and Ajay would like to take this back to agriculture, because that's where the whole basis is all about. And in fact, day before yesterday, I was trying to talk to a couple of people, and you missed that FICCI thing. One sulfur zinc company tells us that you put small quantities of sulfur and zinc in the soil. Part of the problem of malnutrition, undernutrition would be sorted out, and more importantly for the farmers, it saves them 1 bag of urea per hectare, which is what we would probably want to tell them. So I think we'll take it back there. Of course, on data, Purnima, if the government is willing to spend 3,000 crores on fortification, I think they can find about 30 crores for data collection. I think you should push it hard, and all of you, I think it's huge. And 10% on evaluation data, I think, is a sensible point. And of course, Biraj has this point which I share with, that the integrity of data is another issue altogether. In fact, every time we look at data, I even add it up to see that it adds up properly. So there is an issue.